Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech's Expert SAP Commerce Cloud Training. Master digital commerce and optimize the customer experience with our real-world knowledge. We cover configuring SAP Commerce Cloud to match your business needs. Learn to create immersive shopping journeys with the flexible storefront and product catalog management. Optimize merchandising with personalized recommendations. Enable seamless omni-channel processes from web to mobile to in-store. ZaranTech's SAP Commerce Cloud Training delivers the practical skills to drive revenue and customer loyalty with this flexible, scalable commerce platform. Innovate your business model and exceed customer expectations with the leaders in SAP. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now, let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Build and deploy a storefront. 2. Capabilities that come with all SAP Commerce Cloud Accelerators. 3. What SAP Commerce Cloud consists of. 4. Benefits of SAP Commerce Cloud. 5. SAP Commerce Cloud Architecture. 6. Hybris, HSQL DB tables. 7. Data model of Hybris and data modeling types. 8. Hybris conventions for deployment codes. 9. How to create table in Oracle. 10. Multidimensional product variants. 11. Configuring the cross-selling components. Let's dive into the video now.
Okay, so let me start with the first, that is SAP Commerce Cloud. We will have more, we discuss about that. SAP Commerce Cloud is a suite of e-com solution plus PCM software, and also a cloud. That means commerce plus cloud. So cloud will contain that some automation feature with the build, and self-service portal is there to control your build and to control your application. Either back office or some backend services, APIs, and your storefront. So that capability can be controlled within the self-service portal. And yeah, these are the cloud, commerce cloud services and commerce capability, how that payment integration being done within the cloud, and how that that customer support integrated with the cloud, and how these services happen. These are about the cloud capability, commerce cloud capability, and how that omni channel happen with the across the channel, right? So how that CS cockpit can handle within the cloud, how your web shop or particular point of service, or how that capability integrated with the within the cloud. So we have that some more about search engine, how that search we see that we saw in application, how that search capability happen for any web shop, and have another also within the suite promotions, cart, order, bundling, and to interact with the social media. So that sort of capability already we have within the suite. And right, so there are multiple. The motto is to how we can engage with the customer very easily, and how we can increase the traffic with the help of these promotions and all. Yeah, these are the component within the Commerce Cloud suite, right? So product content management, which is the PCM software to handle the complete life cycle of the product, and customer experiences, how application behave, and how our commerce application can create a value for a company, or for a business. So these are the component, and we have that order management also, and commerce capability to how that order processing and everything happen with this capability. And again, we saw that about that, how that build and deploy happen for your web application. So later this session we will see how that build and deploy happen for particular e-shop. That means for your storefront, not the complete commerce, but to deploy your specific application, how this automation process will happen. Right, so we have that capability actually to easily deploy our application, and you can also roll back your application with the help of self-service portal. So these are the capability what we saw yesterday, right? So platform which contains a core functionality, and then again product content management to handle the product related information, product specifications, and their prices and all. So we have that product cockpit which we can maintain or manage the content on the fly. And again, in the similar way, we have that web content management system too, where you can maintain your site of the content. So what we see on the web application, all the content are part of this WCMS. So WCMS have that capability to maintain your, to create a banner or to create a web pages. You this this tool have that capability to define the banners and to define the component what we see within the website or storefront. And again, we have that customer support capability to create a ticket, and to how that cancellation and return process will get tracked within the customer support. So we have that separate application within the suite. So that capability is also available within the SAP Commerce Cloud. And we saw that order management capability, order fulfillment, return, inventory, and all. So as part of order management capability, this suite already has. And the store locator, right? So to locate your physical shop based on current users. So that capability is already enabled by default. So once we set up our application, and based on that feature, this by default capability enabled. And search and navigation is also available by default in your application. So for the search, that search engine we are calling it Solar Search, which is already embedded with our SAP Commerce Suite. So with the help of that Solar Search, we have that search capability very faster and quicker, right? And navigation is also there, so that any end user can directly navigate to the page. So these features are also there within the suite. And again, we have the payment framework to connect any payment system. We can integrate any payment service with the help of this framework with the minor changes or minor enhancement. So we have that already out of the box available, this feature within the Commerce Suite. And here what a cloud consists of. So cloud has Microsoft Azure to for the store for the stories and build your application and deploy. So that sort of also a feature of Commerce Cloud. And also we have that infrastructure as a service we discussed about yesterday. And we have that SAP Commerce Cloud portal, which have we are calling it as a self-service portal, which through we can maintain or build and deploy of our e-com application. So self-service portal is the main thing within the cloud, which through we can control or build and deploy. Here are the some benefits, right? So SAP Commerce Cloud. So this is we are in a CCV2, so that means on a public cloud, so that anybody can access that on a distributed environment manner, and that is scaling also very easily possible within the commerce. And we have that self-service environment, right? Self-service environment means that self-service portal is there to enable to create a different environment based on either development, staging, or prod. So we have that we see that yesterday how we can easily configure our environment. And we have that again, disaster recovery and backup within the cloud. So we can easily enable that feature within the cloud in case of any backup, right? And we already integrated that flexible continuous integration and continuous deployment with the help of Jenkins, already integrated within the suite with the help of Kubernetes and all. So there is nothing to do. So just what we need to understand here, we need to understand how that self-service portal works and how we can, with the help of self-service portal, we can control the complete cloud services. Here are some architecture about that SAP Commerce, right? So how that architecture is about commerce. So you can see here there are three layer which consist as part of architecture. First one is infrastructure and and their environment, and again your commerce application. So we can, if we can divide these three layers, infrastructure means where your application being built and being deployed, and environment is specifically what environment that application has, either dev or staging or prod. So we have three environment within the cloud, and this and third layer will be your end user application, where your application being deployed into that specific different environment. So here some glimpses about, so all we are talking about CCB2, that means public cloud. So we have that commerce application. What are the different application? So we can see Spartacus, a data hub. These are the application, and commerce, your web shop, and right extension factory, and also that sort of end application, or you can say storefront, which end user or any user can access. And again we have that environment. So as part of environment we have that database server and blob storage to store the media information or binary information, right? So that sort of uh, capability or feature available as part of environment, under environment. And we have infrastructure, where how that automation and how that build process happen, and how that logging and recovery being integrated. So these are the as part of infrastructure feature. So this is the basic architecture of the cloud. Okay, so that was the basic architecture, but here, if you see the slide here, we have that how that runtime architecture works, right, with this cloud portal and automation engine, and how your code base so integrated, and how that automation happen at the runtime. So somewhere with your code repository, and code repository will integrate it with the code builder, right? Then so these all are the part of automation feature. So that these all the touch points are available within the cloud. So to for us, what we need to do, we need to just configure our source code. Your source code somewhere will be in the repository, and then you have to define your configure your repository within the public cloud. That means your self-service portal, where automation engine can automatically pick based on the configuration. Okay, so here are some we have some insight about that, some more detail about our environment and about infrastructure. So we see that within the cloud we have three environment: development environment, staging environment, and production environment. So we know that development is nothing, but it's ongoing work for test and application building. And staging is a replica of prod, so it's a simulation of the prod environment to do all the user testing and all in this environment. And this environment has a standard database, and dev environment also have that standard database. So but in the prod we have premium database, so these are the infrastructure, services we can, as part of information, we can keep in our head. So yeah, so these are, that cloud uh, infrastructure, you can say, services. So in prod that cloud have memory in between 500 gig to 1 TB, and then in staging it has 250 gig, and in dev we have 250 gig memory in standard database. And here, how that automation engine works. So if you see the slide, you will find here we have the source code, and this source code is integrated with our self-service portal, which is the cloud. And cloud have, right, so there are uh, some automation engine will pick your code and then deploy with the help of Kubernetes. And then within the cloud have that feature to create a different application in a different environment, right? So we have that back office application, and then some back processing and API endpoint and your storefront application. So we can have easily configure, and we can control that specific application and their touch points. And you can see there's some operations while at while scaling process. So here are the some regular operations, and here peak period, right? So this is SLA, right? So based on that SLA, actually, this is all about SAP services. But what I can tell you here is, uh, there is actually a big, 1 second of response time work in terms of performance within the application. So but based on our customization or based on our application enhancement, it may take more, but standard performance is maximum 1 second. And here we have that what are the differences between virtual scaling versus horizontal scaling. So yeah, so uh, you can dig into more here. What is that? How? What are the impact and what are the pros and cons in terms of virtual scaling, and at what case we can do a virtual scaling, and what are the benefit for the cloud? Actually, SAP is responsible for the support, right? So this is nothing but it's a, you know service level agreement. So services what SAPs provide us, because on the we are in the public cloud. So always once you get the license, right, for your business, then there will be a contract, and there are a lot of services we are utilizing from the SAP. So SAPs always sign a contractors to maintain maintain that SLA. Okay, so these are the scaling which actually maintained by SAP itself, but from the information or knowledge point of view, we can just have that information about what is that vertical scaling and what is that horizontal scaling. So here is, this is the public Git repository, how that our cloud integrated with the public repository. So repository, we know that storage which which contains our code base where all the source code are there within the repository. But to deploy your source code to the public cloud, that means Hybris Commerce Cloud, you have to configure your repository and define the path and their credential to integrate that repository within in the CCV2. CCV2 nothing, but it's Commerce Cloud version 2, which have public cloud, right? So once you configure, we saw that yesterday, how you can configure with the help of self-service portal. So there you can configure your build, you can configure your repository to point out to your source code, and your source code will get automatically deployed with the help of automation engine. Okay, so here this is this is the actually uh, you can say a main thing which we need to remember. So if you see, I discuss about that there is a manifest.json file which we are deploying over cloud. So this is the actually meta file which we cloud reading this file, and based on this file our source code compiling process will start based on this configuration. So these are the basic manifest files. So you can see some glimpses about this file. So here is the information how we are configuring this file. I will show you actually what are the information we are passing, and how that manifest.json file looks like. So I will show you separately. But in terms of information, you can see we have that user config, and under config we have a different property. So you can you can see here is the location dot properties. So once you know install your application in your local, you will understand what is that local dot properties file and what the information this file kept. So that actually all the all the parameter which are configurable attribute or values, we are configuring this local dot properties file. And even why we are putting the configurational values within this file is the use of this. If you have deployed your application and somehow you need to operate or change some values without any downtime or without any further build. So with the help of this configuration file, we have that tool, we are calling it HAC, that is Hybris administration console. So with the help of that, we can on the fly we can change that value. You will get a more detail what does it mean and what are the information it has. But basically overall you can say this is the main file which through all your code being built, all your information, all your application will be configured within this file. Just let me explain with the more a scenario based. So we have that one application, right, which the same application we have deployed into the different environment, right? So we have that quality environment, and then we have dev environment, and we have that prod environment. But what does how these three environment will be differentiated with the help of single manifest.json file. So you can see here the same. If you see here the example, so this is a common property file, but here persona will contain a specific environment file. So if I have dev environment, then of dev environment will specifically point and bring the configuration from this location. And then if I have prod environment, then prod environment directly read their properties values from this file. And we will see the actual how this file and what are the all the information I will show you after this. Then you will understand actually what are the information. Here are the actually some information about our environment specific, how we can separate the different properties file with the different environment. And here you can see here in the right side how your extension, we talked about, I think last to last session, about what is that extension. So within the SAP commerce we are calling a extension, but if in terms of Java we are calling that project. So but and in terms of Oracle application, that is a ATG, which one is also one of the e-commerce solution. So there we are calling the same as a module. So everything, every source code, every functionality are there within the extension. But yeah, so extension, here is the path how we can define the extension. Here this is the JSON file, so we have that extension location, and what we need to exclude, we can specify that excluded extension under here. So and we we will discuss about what is that Solar. But Solar, we at high level I told you Solar is just Solar search engine which have embedded with the commerce suite. So in the development environment we have that within this Solar search engine is embedded with our software. But on the public cloud, this Solar also on a cloud, so we are configuring it separately. So we need to just configure their path and all. But to point out how that Solar server search our data from the commerce, how this Solar bring the data from our commerce. So these are the location actually. There is a schema and all we have defined. So here we can specify the Solar path here. So right, so whatever the as part of meta information to read this file for the cloud. So all the information we are passing within the manifest.json file. Okay, so here are in what are the integration options within the SAP Commerce Cloud. So we can see that different feature available to integrate the in either SAP integration within the SAP or any third party integration. So the here are the actually a feature which through we can integrate the system. So we have the epicenter, SAP epicenter, and then SAP Commerce Data Hub. If anybody is from SAP background, that might knows Data Hub is sort of middleware. Before in a let me tell you more about this. Data Hub actually very a big middleware which previously before when Hybris not migrated on the cloud. So previously when Hybris was on a on-premise version, at that moment when our application needed to communicate with SAP, then we are actually configuring the data hub separately and installing the data hub separately to communicate from the backend, either SAP S4HANA or SAP ERP. So data hub playing a role as a middleware to transform the data from one object to another object and pass it to the target system. So there are some source and target communication with the help of data hub. So in the same, but once that commerce moved into the public cloud, this capability already there within the Hybris. So we have to enable. By default this is not enabled, but when we require to integrate any commerce services, we are this feature is available within the public cloud. We can configure easily, or whatever the integration point is, we can, with the help of this feature, we can integrate. And here we have separate integration API, which we actually we have that uh, integration feature. We talked about that actually IaaS services. So with the help of IaaS services, we can directly connect to any system. So this is basically a REST call, so which also provide us a solution to talk any third-party system. And here also this cloud platform extension factory, which also provide us the way to integrate the any third-party system, either SAP or third party. So we can, with the help of cloud factory, we can also integrate any system. And last one is Impex. So let me explain about, because this is the common file when you deal with the e-commerce, you have to you should have how that Impex work. So Impex is nothing but it's a file which through we can import our data into the database. So this is the medium actually to importing any data within the commerce. So with the help of this Impex is a separate engine, which this is the actually comma separate is which this file actually contains the comma separated values. So with the help of this we are importing the data within the commerce, and if we need to export the data, then with the help of this there is a process actually Impex import and import Impex export. So with the help of that tool we can Hybris can export their data to the user. So we will talk about that once we go with the topic by topic, then we will discuss how that Impex work. So but at high level you can just get this Impex is a medium to import the data within the suite, within the e-commerce DB. We are not directly interacting with the database. With the help of Impex we are importing the data within the database. So this is the tool actually. So here are the some diagrammatic solution about integration options. So how you can integrate either as client or data hub. So their workflow to integrate the third party system. So if if we have we have the actually two way of integration. If you have synchronous, if you want to create a synchronous communication, then you there in the Hybris we have a two way. One is hot folder. Through the hot folder we are doing a synchronous integration to interact with the system to import the data. And again we have that also RFC call. With the help of RFC we can also build a communication. but to integrate in asynchronous way, then we have that data hub is a solution, and another one is directly interact with the REST services. Okay, so here you can see some overview about how your application, how your single application run, and how your multiple application can be handled within the cloud commerce. So here are the some examples in terms of solutions. So let's say SAP Commerce Cloud is a single suite, right? So but as per your requirement, let's say you wanted to deploy more than one application within the single cloud. So within the commerce have that solution. Either you can deploy separately. Here example like one application for B2B and another application is for B2C. So these two application will deploy independently so as per the diagram. But if you see the solution two, we have that actually in the single cloud, single server, we can deploy both the application. So if you heard the concept of clustering, so we are creating a actually clustering environment to communicate more than one node. So when we deal with the multiple application, actually we are creating a cluster for different application, and cluster itself with the help of TCP and UDP, that communication process will happen. So the database will be the same. but application will differ. That application might be one or two or many. Okay, so here performance is a most important thing for any application. So to deploy any application or any businesses, you have to always make sure your application is responding correctly and your response time is faster. So we discuss about that SAP as per SAP standard or SAP recommendation will be SLA will be 1 second response time. So to ensure that this response time we have that feature right when while you are building a code, while you're writing any sort of functionality, so you have to make sure that your application, your functionality perform very well. So there is a time is less, that should be actually performance should be less than 1 second. So with the help of you can performance tool is there, either you can integrate dynatrace or jmeter. So with the help of that you can make sure your application responding correctly. And before go live you can these are the some basics. So prior to go live you have to make sure that your each feature and actually need to meet your application with the performance criteria. Yeah, so here also they are talking about some testing tactics to achieve the performance. So either through the dynatrace you can test your application, or you can for performance tool you can integrate either JConsole or JMeter to test your functionality. So SAP have that already touch point there. You can download that client, specific client, to run that and check your performance. Is your application responding within the SLA or not? So you can check that out. Okay, so here as part of agenda, we see that commerce have that capability to actually troubleshoot the any issue at runtime. So you can very easily in terms of the issues is related to the infrastructure, then you can directly we have this HAC within the commerce. We are calling it as Hybris Administration Console. So what that application shows us, it will shows infrastructure related activity like how you can uh, cleanup activity and for your garbage collection, and how is your memory behaves, what are the heap heap memory, how that with regards of spaces and all, and CPU behavior. So that sort of monitoring tool are there, so that you can easily troubleshoot your issue in terms of infrastructure. But in case of if you find if you wanted to debug or troubleshoot any functional issue, then we have that logging we are calling at Kibana log within the commerce. So if cloud provide us a Kibana logging is there. So with the help of that we can trace that issues, and we can find the root cause in terms of our functional issue. Okay, so here is also we can keep this thing like while we are deploying the application. So there is also option how you can deploy your application with the zero downtime. So what does it mean? So when you deploy your any application in the cloud, so at the time of deployment actually we have that sort of configuration. If you have the database level changes, then you need to update your database. That means at that moment, and zero that downtime, some downtime required. But if you don't have any database or table related changes, that means you don't need any downtime. So zero time, within the zero downtime, without any shutting down of your application, you can easily you can deploy your functionality into the cloud without any downtime. So that configuration is already there within that self-service portal. So while deploying, we have to select that what uh, what are the operation we are going to push. Do we need that downtime or without downtime? So that option we can check in the self-service portal. Here are some flow diagram is about that how CCP1 migrated to the CCP2. So there are actually CCP1 were integrated with the very older version, but now we are dealing with the CCP2 only. But here are the flow about how that CCP1 migrated with the CCP2. So in CCP1 actually it's more related to the infrastructure related activity, but when we are dealing with the CCP2, we have a infrastructure as well as we have that some advanced feature on the public cloud. So previously it was just related to the infrastructure, but when we move to the CCP2, so our commerce is on the public cloud. In addition of some advanced services, some data hub and media and storage. So that sort of advancement feature or enhancement available in our public cloud, that is CCP2. So now it's right. So this question actually come when you wanted to certify yourself in a commerce. So this question will come like what are the basic differences with the CCP2 and CCP2. So CCP1 is on non-public cloud, but CCP2 is embedded with the public cloud. Let me drive with the installation. So this is the same path I gave you last session. So just tell me, you guys, what you did as part of homework. Actually, I have also mentioned in your homework to just go through about the basic what we drive so far as part of learning, and along with that we can start our local installation. Uh, so you can go through more what we have done so far, and as part of local installation setup we can go along. So just update me what you did. Did you fulfill all the prerequisites before installing the commerce suite? Yeah, so just go here under user variable. You can define your path. How you can pick your path? You can if you are using a Windows system, then you can go to your program files, and that installation, your what the version Java which you have installed, that will come under program file under Java. You will have that dedicated version, and what you can do, just go inside it and copy this path, and now come to that in one environment variable and create a variable name separately. That will be a everything will be on caps Java underscore home, and define a path. How would you create? You can click here new one and define your variable name and define your path. So the naming convention should be same how I'm showing it.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a core capability offered by SAP Commerce Cloud? Option A, product catalog management. Option B, order management. Option C, supplier relationship management. Option D, promotion engine. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's new training program for SAP Commerce Cloud. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools you need to build scalable, customizable e-commerce experiences on SAP's leading digital commerce platform. Over the past year, SAP Commerce Cloud has seen rapid adoption among enterprises looking to enable omni-channel sales and modernize their online stores. This training will equip you with the skills to tap into this demand and advance your career. Many professionals have already benefited from ZaranTech's other SAP courses, and I'm confident our SAP Commerce Cloud training will similarly provide immense value whether you're looking to pivot careers or deliver more value in your current role. If you're interested to learn more, visit the link below for full course details. Investing in this training now can open up new career avenues or growth opportunities. So don't miss this chance and register today.
So here this module will all about the setup of our SAP Commerce Suite. So let me directly go here. So we have seen that how to install SAP Commerce. So as part of this step, what we did, we just set up with the prerequisites. So what prerequisites needed to install the SAP Commerce. So first we need that Java 11 version, which is the prerequisite before doing any installation of SAP Commerce. And then we need that ID, which will be your Eclipse or IntelliJ, whatever, so that you can start, configuring and start editing and play around that with the help of editor. So these are the prerequisites as part of installation. And then third one, you have to download a SAP Commerce Suite so that you can start that installation process. So there are steps which followed, and there are more steps which need to be followed in order to complete that installation. So we will see later on. So basically these are the steps what we did as part of installation. So first we did that prerequisites, and then after we started the installation of Commerce Suite. So here are the some steps what we did in order to install the SAP Commerce Suite, as you can see here in the diagram. So first we have downloaded that install Java JDK, so which is already we have completed this step. And then after installation of this JDK, we have pointed to the, we have set up that path of install JDK to our environment path, so that our machine can point to that specific installed version. So with this step number second, we did part of installation. So we install the JDK and we have set it the environment variable path. And third step, what we did, then here you can say these are the prerequisites before doing any sort of installation on Commerce Suite. So here what we did, we downloaded that SAP Commerce, which are suitable based on that prerequisites. If you install that Java 11, then you need 1905 or 2105. So that latest version would work with Java 11. So these steps we did. So this in this step we have a zip file with the Commerce Suite, and what we did as part of installation, we created that separate directory where we can install our Commerce Suite. So first we unzip that into that dedicated directory, and we saw that the naming convention before going to install any suite. So the naming convention should be without any space or without any special character. So that directory should be. And then we unzip this commerce software from zip to unzip. And what we did, we went to the platform directory and perform the end path, right, where we end is a builder tool where with the help of end we are executing the that couple of commands in order to install the SAP Commerce Suite. And then you see that after performing the end command, if you realize that there are couple of directory already being generated. So what directory that being generated once you run that end command. So up bean is already defined as part of commerce suite, but there are some couple of directories under in Hybris folder. So you have realized that there is a config directory, temp directory, data directories, solar. So that sort of directory are being generated once you executed that int command. So here these are the steps. Basically I wanted to highlight what we gonna do as part of installation and what we did. So these are the steps which we have to keep in our head. So as these are the steps we have done, then here we have finished. Let me switch to the practical laboratory. What we did, that will give you the more idea at low level as part of our lab training. So previously we see that some high level overview as part of installation, but now this is gonna be more low level details. What's the activity you guys have performed, and what are the low level inputs you can catch on. So we can in step for in step first. So in order to install the SAP Commerce Suite, so you should have JDK 11. If you are installing this version, either 1905 or 205 or 2011 or so you should, to support this Commerce Suite, you should have JDK 11 version. So you can see here just kind of note. So if you are installing the SAP Commerce Suite before 1905 version, then you don't require JDK 11. So Java 11 would be the enough to support this series of version of SAP Commerce Suite. You can see here are the link to download that corresponding JDK here too. Through the link you can download corresponding compatible Java version for your suite. Right. So then after download the Java 11, you need to install your machine, and after the installation, there are a path which you need to set up in your environment variable. So how you can set up? You can just create a Java home variable and copy till your where that your JDK been installed, and you can go like this path. That by this path you can go and create a separate variable with the name of Java underscore home. Every letter will be on caps, and then paste the value of it with the JDK 11 where your JDK has been installed in that directory. You can just define the path of that directory, and under path variable you can define a bean path of your installed directory, so that every system can point out to the bean libraries in your JDK installation. And then after how you can set up, this is the GUI overview. Uh, it will help you to understand that how you can gonna set up your path and all. So you can see here, and then after if you have set up your environment variable correctly, then you can check your version whatever you have been installed. So you can perform some set of command to check your JRE version by putting that command java space hyphen version, and then there is a another command to check your compiler version too, because sometime what happens, sometime you used to install JRE but not JDK. So you should have to check both the version, because at the end your compiler should also be needed with the same versioning which is compatible with your suite. Okay, so to check the Java C version, you can just type a command Java C space hyphen version, so that will tell you what Java C version been installed in your machine. So there are some some references you can follow in order to install and set up your environment variable. You can go through this tag, And then after, if you fulfill with your prerequisites in order to install your SAP Commerce server, then you can download the SAP Commerce suite, and suite will be in zip pack. So either you can unzip through the 7-zip 7-zip software, or in your window zip application, you can just unzip into that dedicated directory where you want to install the Commerce suite. And then once here you can see a GUI overview to understand. So when you download that suite, that zip will look like this. But once you unpack that zip, this is the view. And if you go inside this unzipped file, you will see that this is the directory structure. So here are the build tool. We see that Hybris, then Hybris SVG, then installer, and their license, which contains this license related information, right? So okay, so here there are more some deeper information about that directory structure of your commerce suite. So bean folder is a main one which contains all the information about SAP Commerce. So under bean, you have seen that there is a two main folder which are part of your commerce and core feature. One is module and another one is platform. So platform is a main where all your commands and all your core features are there under platform. But module, what module has contained is like, it will contain all the commerce functionalities and feature as part of extension. So if you see that here, more details, so platform have more related to your drivers and libraries which need to be supported for your commerce. But if you can see here under module, we have some feature in terms of commerce, like adaptive search feature, API registry feature, assistant service feature, assistant service integration, and B2B accelerator add-ons, and so on and so forth, right? So, so module will contain the commerce feature, but platform will contain some core libraries in order to, to perform the operations. So here are also a note point which before doing installation, you have to make sure don't create any spaces in your path. And here are some indication what you don't use and what recommended to use. So right, so you can just note down before doing any sort of installation. And if you are using a main, then you can main or end, you can define a path. But Hybris have already embedded with that end tool, so we don't need to do any explicit work as part of end command. So you can just go there into the platform, you can apply. But somehow, if let's say if your end doesn't work in your commerce suite, but so that there is an option also, so that explicitly you can download that end builder tool and you can start performing that by setting the end path. So here are again, to if you don't have a end builder tool in your commerce, then you can do just, you can explicitly download that int library and define the path in the same way how you have defined for a Java or JDK. So you can just create a int home separate variable and point out into the path and define their library so that it can get executed whenever you apply. To check the end version, it's quite similar to check the Java version. So what you need to type to check the end builder version is to just type a command end space then hyphen then version. So it will tell you what version you have been installed. Okay, so here after do the steps, you can start to creating a project directories for your commerce suite. So What we will do today, we will do these remaining commands what we need to apply in order to set up our platform. So here are command. So we will see what command mean in within the suite when we apply. So you can see a build end clean all and then int all. So what's the differences between these two commands? So the int all will do, it will just build your project, right? So it will create your source file into the dart class file. But what end clean all command will do, it will first delete the existing class file and the existing directory, and then it will recreate with the help of end tool. And then after once you perform that end clean all in first time, so system will ask you what is the environment you wanted to configure or run. So default will be the development, but if you want to specify for fraud, you can specify the particular production, but default will be the development only. And then after a successful of the build, once that end command will get built, you will find these 5 folders being generated. So these are the folders which I was talking about. This one is not there when you downloaded that suite, but as part of once you do the installation, so this folder or this directory being created in order to install your commerce server. So let me just explain you about each directory, what each directory does and what information kept on. So config will contain the configuration related data, right? So where you can define your application URL, and where you can define your user and password and some API URL you can configure inside it. So that configuration file will contain to change the configurational values at runtime. And data will contain your data, right? So under data we have a solar which contains data in an index format, so that all what we see the application that serves from this data. And data folder also contains some JDBC data, and media data also. It will contain what we see into our application or site. And log directory is more dedicated for the logging purpose, where all the traces are there under logs. And under role directory, so it is the tracing actually what how that application behave. It contains that information it will also automatically being generated. And temp directory is nothing but it's whatever the activity being performed as part of deletion or updation, so that temp directory being created. Okay, so I look, so now we can now we see that we saw that the directory structure and command, what each command mean of install and clean all. But uh, but we have not installed any commerce, right? So before doing a installation, we need to specify what commerce do we need to install. Either we have a different accelerator, because commerce is all about accelerator. So accelerator makes our work faster. So before doing installation, we have to specify what commerce do we need to install. So we need to select what commerce needed for the business. So we can select either B2B or B2C or teleco. And there are a lot of accelerator like healthcare accelerator and China accelerator, and there are a lot of accelerators. So based on our business, we can just choose that corresponding accelerator and we can install. So you can see here how we can install. It is, we have to go under installer directory, and installer directory will contain that all the domain which we need to install under SAP. So we have to install the recipe, and we installed that one of them. Okay, so at the time of installation, so this is the upgraded change after 1905. So what we need to define at a installation, we need to define the admin password. So you can see here, this is a default one, admin nimda before 1905 version. So here you can see like 5 series version or 6 series version or 1808 or 1811. So we don't need to set up any explicitly. It is already being set up, admin and nimda. But up to us, what do we want to set up, either nimda or any password, up to us. We can start setting up in our latest version, what we did yesterday. So here are some explanation why we are setting, why we are not using that default password. So we can our that installation actually giving us the option. We can define any secret password, so it won't be a default always. We can change it. And here, how that where this password being stored, how to set that default. There is a Gradle file, built-out Gradle file, where that once you set your password, this being created here like this. So this is more low level details or low level information you can see about once we setting up the password, where that password being stored and how that can get verified. So we perform that command, installer command, in order to install the recipe, right? So we perform that. Here you can see uh, some example for window, operating system there is a command for window specific. So install that bat and then hyphen R, which is more indicating with for the recipe with the default, and here is specify with the some CX, what CX you want to. Yeah, Daniel, please tell.
What's the -R option do?
Yeah, that dash R means recipe. So if you follow that references, there are indicators. So we are using always R because that R indicator tells you that you are just installing the particular recipe.
And the name of the recipe is CX. I
Yeah,
see.
yeah. CX means
Thank you.
name of that recipe. Yeah. Okay, so once you install that by performing this command, install.bat, then -R, and then space, then you have to specify your recipe name, what the recipe is you want to install, either B2B accelerator or B2C accelerator or China accelerator. So based on that listed recipes, you can just choose that recipes and just execute this command. So once you execute this command, so that system will start building, and it will create a dependent extensions and that dedicated directory, right? So once that installation being successful, and in step you know step 8, we see that that build was successful. So also after a successful of the build, what we build actually, what we install, we just install that recipes based on accelerator B2B or B2B or B2C. So then after, with the help of int command, we can we can create a, if we wanted to create or customize something, so we can also do by following command. You can see command number 1, int clean all, which will first delete the existing directory and then it will recreate it. That means unnecessary directory or class will get cleaned up, and then after new changes will get built after that. And in step 2, this end just the usual command is just enter, because we don't want to unnecessarily delete the things. But in case of any changes or data model related changes, we are performing the end cleanup. So end all is the usual command, and end customize all is, this is also a most important command. We are not uh, as as regular basis we are not using this command, but for the information point of view, you can just so what this command does is, okay, so we have that if we are trying to modify any existing libraries or any out of the box functionalities, then we are performing this, executing this command into customize. What this into customize does, it is just override the existing change, override the out of the box file. If we wanted to modify the sum out of the box file, then we can just, there is a some directory structure which we need to follow in order to run this command. And then after this customize, this is the sequence actually. Once that changes will override, and then it will start building up those source file. And at command number 4, we have extgen command. So this command actually help us to generate the specific extension. So extension for our feature, whatever the template we select, so based on that template it will create a specific extension. So later the session we will see more detail about this, what this extgen then extgen does and what module gen will do. But from overall we can just try to understand what each command does. So in uh, fifth number command is module gen. So once we type a int module gen, it will create a set of extensions what needed to be, for your specified domain, either B2B or B2C. So in order to, if you don't want to create a specific extension, but if you want to just create a set of extensions, then you can just go ahead with the module gen. And here also 6 is deploy, and 8 one is prod. So this is more specific with the, if you are running on-premise system and you wanted to explicitly run the deployment by end builder, then you can, a command is available to perform that, to build, to deploy and deploy into your application explicitly by end command. But these six and seven step we are not generally doing, because there is a we are running in the cloud, so that automatically our system will get it deployed. So you can see here some snaps are there when we are doing that end cleanup. So this will take us some couple of time to build your project, and then build will successful. So once that build will successful, then we will start creating, to initialize your system. So what initialize will do, it will create, it will create actually all the essential data and all your sample data being created in your database as part of commerce feature. So there is a way actually which you can initialize your system with the help of command. And there is a also option from the HSC, we are calling it Hybris Administration Console. So with the help of that HSC tool, we can also initialize that system. So I will show you how that HSC will look like in order to initialize or update the system. So first we can run through this take. So here are the snaps, how we can run that int initialize command. You can see here. So just let me recollect here what we did so far. First we just uh, extracted that zip, we unzip that suite and we install that recipes, that particular with the help of our uh, a builder tool, which is ant. So we have installed that particular recipes, and if we needed, we can create the extensions, and we can start a end cleaner to build our system. And then once our system build will successful, then we can start preparing some data into the database by executing the end initialize command. Because we are actually creating essential data and some sample data in order to set up your commerce feature or functionality. So it will take a longer, it will take initially around 2 to 4 hours, or it's less than that. But this is a average mark once you start, because it will preparing all your commerce data into your database automatically. So this is the automation feature. That data will get created with the help of this, ent initialize executor. So here are some example, like how once you execute that initialize, so initialize command, so behind the scene that table start table being will be created. Required table as part of essential data is like car table, order, then user, product, your store. And then there are a lot of tables within our commerce suite. So all the to store the inventory information, and to store the pricing information, and your order information, cart information, and your B2B unit information. So that all the tables will get created once we execute this end initialize command. Okay, so now once that initialization being done, then we can what we can do as part of step 10, we can just restart our server by putting the command hybris server.bat. If you are running in Mac or Linux system, you can just execute this hybris server.sh command to start your server. Okay, so your server after once that the here are the some snaps to start the server. You can see the snap here how you can run your command. And once that server will start, you will get a message in your console. Server started with this amount of time. And then once you see this message, that means you can make sure that your system is ready to access the application. So first application, you can just make sure by the HAC. Here is the HAC. We are calling this HAC as a administrator Hybris administration console. So what this tool actually does, so this will use for developer purpose, not for business purpose. So developer can access this tool where we can this where we can actually maintain the data, or we can import the data, or we can export the data, and we can do some garbage collection, and we can also update some configurable value with the help of this tool. So that is why this tool is more specific with the developer purpose, not business purpose. And okay, so you can just make a note of it, like at step 11. So once you if you have done already the initialize from your command prompt, then you don't need to initialize your system from HAC, as at this note point tells us, right? So if we have completed the step number 9, then we don't need to do this step number 11 to initialize explicitly from the HAC, because we already executed that initialize command from the command prompt. Okay, so how you can access that Hybris administration console is, so this is the URL. Once your server is ready, your server has started, and then you can just type this URL to access the HAC. So once you open the HAC, you will see if you have not initialized your system, then first window will tell you to initialize your system to create some essential data in order to access your application or in order to access your commerce site. Right, so it will also take around between 1 to 3 hours, depend on your CPU cores. Okay, so in between initialization process, so there are some you know uh, points which you need to take care. So otherwise your data being corrupted if you are doing any kind of activities at that moment. So just make sure that at the time of initialization, if you did the initialization from the HAC, or then you don't need to close your browser and don't you need to close any command which are already being running, and make sure that your system not going into the restart mode or sleep mode. Otherwise you will face a data corruption issue. Right, so in step number 12, you once you finish the step to initialize your database, and you have created that essential data in order to perform the initialize command, then you can test your system by following this step. You can again just log in the HAC by following password, whatever the password you have entered as part of initial password when you install your recipe, or you can explicitly define this password in your configuration file. And this is the local dot properties file which will under configuration folder, so you can define your password with the help of this key. Right, so based on this password, whatever you have been created, you can just log in your tool, which is Hybris administration console. And right, so that once this application will update and you will get this home page structure, that means you are okay with your installation. Right, so here there are also some information about your recipes to install the other data, right? B2B site or B2B site. So based on your recipe what you have selected, so this is the information here about that. Okay, so here this is a more specific to the application. So here is the some example about your B2C site. So if you have chosen your accelerated B2C, that means all the existing commerce functionality or commerce template been be will be bring from the accelerator. So you will be able to access this apparel site and apparel for UK and apparel for apparel D. And also you can see a B2C there also for electronics product, which also a part of B2C. So based on this, actually, sites, we can actually start creating our site. So actual business site we can create with the help of this existing site which commerce already provide us. So here, how we see that about B2C, we can have a similar example for B2B. So B2B have also a separate storefront for your application. Like here is the template or application which is called Power Tool application, which is also a part of B2B accelerator domain. So there are some same configuration and same set of installation we need to perform to pull this site. So so far we discuss about how we can install and how we can initialize our system, and what is the tool to initialize, that is HAC. But more, let me just scroll down and we can see here, this is also very important and capable of data maintenance and management perspective. So this is, we are calling it as a back office. So all the back office work can be done with the help of this tool, right? So back office means we can interpret any kind of data from the back office. We can manage any product data, and we can do catalog restructuring. We can define the category. We can define the catalog from the back office. So this tool is more specific with the back office work, right? So you will have the similar tool once you're done with the installation. So here the same, right? So this is actually replica of our what SQL developer do. So we have some better look and feel. You can operate with a similar sort of role what SQL developer do. So you will have a better GUI to perform that activity. So that sort of clue how that back office work. So this is very capable tool actually to perform all the activity whatever running the application for end user. So here, what this SQL developer tool will do, it connect to the DB, and we can see all the tables here. So all the database, all the data we can see here under back office. That's why we are calling it as for the back office purpose. And we can see the record, all the records, all the data we can see for specific tables. And we can also interpret data, right? We can insert the record, we can update the existing record, or we can also delete existing record from this tool. We are calling it as a back office cockpit. So what this tool actually will do, it connect to the database, and it also we can see each record of the database. We can see whatever the tables are there into the database is stored in binary format. So we can see in the same data we can see here in the back office, right? So here is the question, like, can we see the tables which are not there by default in the back office? So back office also have that capability to see that table also, which are not useful, but we can see also that tables. We have that. We are calling it. Once you will access this tool, you will see and you will explore more. There is called this attribute system, which we can all the information, all the record we can see under system table. All right, so now this is also more insights about this tool. We can see the record inside the table. We can perform insert, update, and deletion activities. Okay, so we just understand that about back office work, but if you heard that I explained you about that PCM. So PCM also have that capability to maintain the life cycle of the product. So here we have product cockpit, what we are talking about. So these cockpit actually have that capability to manage only product specific information. We can update the product description, we can update the product category, and we can update the product catalog, their pricing. So all the information which is product specific, we can handle through this product cockpit tool. And we can also have that separate window to perform the adaptive search. Adaptive search is also one of the capability where we can define our category and navigation and all the adaptive business. This is actually used for business purpose. So whatever the navigation configuration wanted to do, we can do through the back of through the adaptive search functionality, so that anybody can just navigate to that specific specific page, and they can directly navigate it over there with the help of adaptive search capability. And here we also talked about that CMS cockpit, which is also one of the software to manage the content. So this is the content management system. These are the separate tool, or you can say these are the capability, one of the capability area for your site to update the content and to define your pages, to define the banners, and to define the carousel component. So all the application or web shop related content will be created here. So this is the content creator, you can say. CMS cockpit is a capability within our SAP Commerce Suite. And here also we have another tool. We are calling it as a smart edit, which is more related to to CMS. What we see, so here we can, with the help of this capability, we can also manage our application, manage our sites. So this is also a very handy tool to manage your application. So with the help of this application, you can also add your content or update your existing content, or you can delete. Even you can define a new template or new banner or new pages. So with the help of a smart edit tool. And this is also a separate capability for customer support. So customer support, actually in our version we have handling through the back office only, so there is no any separate endpoint for that, but back office have itself have that capability to also handle that customer support related activities. So we have that based on the role. Actually we are enabling this capability for CS support specific. And we see that admin cockpit are there to perform the admin related activity, right? So we have this capability are also there within the back office only. Yeah, so these are the application. So once you land with your application, so you start accessing and you start logged in your application. So if we have installed that B2B accelerator, then we will be able to log in feature with the existing application. So with the as soon as we log in, the same information we will see here within the back office, and even we can change the credential and some user specific information as part of back office work. You can see here some snaps and glimpses about that your B2B application, how that B2B application looks like, and how you can define on top of that your business specific changes you can do here. Yeah, so I think almost we have covered here. This is all about cron job. So this will, once we move to that specific session, we will more talk about what is that cron job and how we can create a task. What is the cron job task, and what is that cron expression. We will talk about more on that. Here some logging. I explained you where you can see. So to see the log and traces, there is a dedicated directory which is called log directory. So under log, that all the log being roll over based on that date. So you can see this all the based on that tracing. You will see all the console log are printed over there into that log directory. So that's it as part of our installation and practical. So now we can move and continue with our setup. So if you are inside a platform, if you are running any command in platform, so first step you have to make sure just set your end path before executing any end command. So the end, to set the end path is there. There is a common command like set end tnv.bat is the command to set the end path, and then you can start executing the end command. So this is the first step. Once whenever you are running the command from platform directory.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What programming language is used to customize the storefront in SAP Commerce Cloud? Option A, JavaScript. Option B, ABAP. Option C, Python. Option D, Java. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's new training program for SAP Commerce Cloud. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools you need to build scalable, customizable e-commerce experiences on SAP's leading digital commerce platform. Over the past year, SAP Commerce Cloud has seen rapid adoption among enterprises looking to enable omni-channel sales and modernize their online stores. This training will equip you with the skills to tap into this demand and advance your career. Many professionals have already benefited from ZaranTech's other SAP courses, and I'm confident our SAP Commerce Cloud training will similarly provide immense value whether you're looking to pivot careers or deliver more value in your current role. If you're interested to learn more, visit the link below for full course details. Investing in this training now can open up new career avenues or growth opportunities, so don't miss this chance and register today.
Okay, so now I'm just moving back with the module 2, which is which is, I can say, which is a more a basic part when you start learning from SAP Commerce. So this is the actually topic where you can start how that business data being modeled, how you can design the data within the SAP Commerce. So this topic will help you, and after this you will find that how you can model your data, how you can restructure your data into the database. So let me just move ahead. So today we're gonna learn about the data model. We're also calling this within the Hybris data modeling. So let me just explain about this. What is that data model, and what is the role data model playing within the SAP Commerce suite? So data model, within the SAP Commerce or any software or any application, it's all about data. So based on how you are modeling your data, how you are designing your data, what are the ways to organize your data, so that all about. So in SAP Commerce provide us a very easy solution to just how you can model a data. There are separate hierarchy and structure are already been defined, so we have to just understand the template, how we can follow, how we can use that data model to define our data, business data. So first thing I wanted to highlight, so in SAP Commerce we are not directly interacting with the database. You don't need to understand, or you don't need to write any SQL sort of queries or any SQL statement. We are not directly interacting with the database. We are interacting with the SAP Commerce data model. So there is a separate type system where we are interacting through that into the database. Right, so this is the basic about our database model. So let me just move with the agenda. What are the agenda for today's session we're gonna learn? So first agenda is Hybris HSQL table, which is the default database which already embedded with the Commerce suite. Any Commerce version, if you download, you will find that this HSQL data are already embedded within the SAP Commerce suite, and a data model is part of the our commerce, and data modeling is a structure, a way which through we are organizing our data. So we're gonna learn about this data model basics, and then we will talk about more about how that hybrid convention for deployment code, how that your when you restructure or organize your data within the hybrids, then how that data being saved or transformed into the database. So that sort of we will see today how the transformation happened when you deal with the hybrid data model. And at the end, we know that data are saved into the database tables, but that are hidden. So Hybris engine itself will do some interpretation internally, and it will being saved through the data model process. And third agenda is about to create a table. So the how you can create a table in SAP Commerce. So as I said, we are not directly interacting with the database directly. So we just need to understand the data model process within the SAP Commerce. So we will learn about that, how you can create a table, how you can define your data within the SAP Commerce. So SAP, the best, the benefit within SAP Commerce is to SAP Commerce is not dependent with the data, that database server. You the system are independent, so flexible. So system, our SAP Commerce is don't care what the database behind the scene you are using. That might you can use Oracle, MySQL, or any database server you can use. So hybrids don't care about that. Hybrids, what hybrids need to do, hybrids need to just make a connection with that tables, but you need to understand those data modeling within the commerce, how you can define your data with the help of modeling mechanism. And next, we will talk about more about how do you manage if data type are different from one database to another database. So what does it mean? So this is basically, let's say you are defining a data as per MySQL server, and that data might not support for Oracle. So that sort of issues we will talk about that. We will talk about that. What is that mean of? And another is, this is the actually items.xml, which we are calling all the data definitions are stay here within this file, which is called items.xml file. So under this topic we will talk about more, and then we will talk about why object class is a super class for all the classes, what are the benefits, and why we are defining this object class is always as a super class. So right, we will discuss about this, and next we will talk about more what is that dynamic attribute and index creation within the Hybris, how you can define your attribute as a dynamic handler when you are dealing with the data model. So we will talk about more on this. And next we will have that item type and ways to define your item type. So item type is nothing but it's the entity which you are going to define as part of your business. So either product entity, customer entity, cart entity, order entity. So that sort of entity we are calling it as an item type. So we will discuss about that. And there is also a multiple modeling process, how you can store a collection of data within the database. So how you can model with your collection of data in SAP Commerce. So we will discuss about that, how we can reorganize our data if data is collection type. So that, and another one, there is a redeclare also data modeling, modifier, which through how we can redeclare, what does it mean of this redeclare, attribute within the items.xml file. So we will learn about this. And last but not the least, so it is about Hybris database internal. What are the internal tables? What are the predefined tables which we are not using, system itself using for on purposes? So we will learn about this some what are the system tables and how we can utilize these tables. So we will we will learn more about this. So let me start with first one. What is that SAP HSQL tables and what are the big data models basic? What are the type system? So let me move to the next slide. Okay, so here is one of the basic uh, that is HSQL, as I said, which this database is embedded with our SAP Commerce Suite. So when you download any SAP Commerce Suite, so this database is embedded with that. So you realize that in your installation, you don't need to do any sort of activity related to the database server or any connectivity. Why is it so? Because this database already integrated with your suite. So what you need to do, you have to just take care about your activity and take care about your accelerator and functional work. So you don't need to explicitly define your any external server and make a connectivity with commerce. So this our suite itself take care about that. So there are steps. There is also way you might can extra explicitly download it your SQL server or any HSQL database, and you can start integrating with that. So here is the steps about that. So for this example, so if you have downloaded HSQL explicitly, then you have to just download that connection jar, how you can connect your commerce system with that SSQL database server, and then you can just install this HSQL server, and you need to download this driver file to connect to make the connection between your e-commerce to the database. And then you have to, after downloading this SSQL driver, you have to place it to the dedicated directory. So there is a separate database driver library which is under platform. So you have to place it that SQL driver into that dedicated lib, so that our Hybris can automatically make that connection with the help of this driver file. And then here is some about how you can deal with the more GUI based your database activity. So as I said, we are not directly interacting. Hybris itself have that process. So, but there is a more in a detail if you want. So system is also open to you can directly deal, but SAP not recommend you to directly interact with the database. You have to always interact with your commerce. And you can simply click on SQL client if you are on GUI mode. So you have to type a client ID and their secrets, and you can also, if you want, and then you can see the tables and how that table are being defined into that database. So you can, so system is not restrict you, but SAP recommend you to just deal with the commerce, not with directly to the database activities. And here more next is about our data model. So this one this is the basic concept which you need to understand. So we know that all for every business it's all about data and all about the way how you are organizing your data. So in order to do so, you have to understand that how the data model process is within the SAP Commerce. So here is a very good mapping with some low level diagram. You can just try to understand here. So in hybrid data model, if you are going to develop your data within the SAP Commerce, then how you gonna do that? So you can see here we have a different mapping column. Here is a column for Hybris, and next Java, and here is the DBMS. So let's say example for if you are going to create a one entity, then how this is about your terminology, how you can call that terminology in terms of different system. So if in case of Hybris, at every entity we are calling that as an item type, but in Java, in Java terminology, we are calling that entity as a class, Java classes, right? But with the same entity, if we can talk about in terms of database, then that entity will we are calling as a table, right? So that sort of mapping which through we can understand the terminology, what terminology we are using for any entity. So in we see that for an entity in database, we are always calling a table, and in Java term we are calling it as a Java class. And in the Hybris, you have to remember always we are calling it as a item type. And item type, and here is the next attribute. So in Hybris term, we are calling it as an attribute, whatever the property of that entity, we are calling it attribute within the Hybris. And in Java, we have a class member or class member variable, or variable we are calling it within the Java for a class, right? But if we in the database term, we are calling it as a column, right? And so we understand that about tables and column, and we understand what is that item type and attribute. So now there we also need to understand the terminology, what terminology we are using for a record. So once you insert that record, what we are calling those records. So in Hybris term, we are calling it as an instance, and in Java we are calling it as object, and in database we are calling it as a row, right? And here are also some couple of terminology which you need to remember. Here we have a service layer classes. So these classes actually already defined, you have to just call those is dedicated services based on your requirement. So services are already defined within the suite. And the services in Java term, we are calling it as a methods, and in database we have that functions, right? And again, in a hybrid term, there are more terminology which you can remember. So model classes we are calling in hybrid term, but in Java Java environment, we are calling it as a POJO classes, plain old Java object classes. And again, in hybrid term, there are also a more term which you're gonna use when you start the database modeling. Here we have generic item, right, which is a super classes or super entity to define your database in hybrid term. And in Java, you call it as object class, which is also a super class for all the subclasses. And here we have also a extend, which is quite similar in Java, how that inherit perform in Java. So there is a similar concept in Hybris also to extend some parent to child relation. So through this attribute or through this keyword, we are inheriting the particular table or entity. And we have also atomic type. We call it as atomic type for predefined data, right? So all, and in Java we are calling it as a primitive. So what are the primitive? Like primitive already been defined within the SAP Commerce, right? Integer or double or string. So that sort of predefined data type we have. We call it as atomic type. And again, we have that deployment table we are calling. This is the also a term when you deal with the data modeling, you have to use this data deployment table. So with the help of this deployment keyword, we can declare the separate table name. We can define a table for our entity. So we can specify with the help of this tag, we can define our table name. And next one is also a PK. Everybody's aware about that in a database terminology, it's a primary key, but in terms of Hybris, we call it at just PK, which holds a unique key of every record. Okay, so let me move to the next slide. So here, more about data modeling. What is that data modeling is, and how that mapping being done with the in terms of database. So data modeling is a process of creating a database structure and analyzing it for meeting the project requirements. So whenever you define or you start building your application or your e-commerce site, so you have to organize your business data with the help of data modeling. So you have to understand how that data modeling works within the SAP Commerce. And hybrid service layer provides all the services for handling the database handling, right? So all the services are there to handle that life cycle of the data. So so what kind of services hybrid providers, right, to deal with the life cycle of the data, like either you can update your data or you can create your new record or you can delete the record. So all the crude operation being handled from the service layer job. Not you don't need to directly interact with the database. You have to interact within the service layer to call the different services to modify or play with your data. And again, data modeling, in Hybris is a design or a mechanism to create with help of the type system in the Hybris. So this is a type system you have to understand to model your business data within the commerce. So you have to understand that how you can model with. So there are separate we will understand that concept, how you can at what scenario what type system you're gonna use. So you have to know that what are the type systems. So in upcoming slide we will see about more. Yeah, so here you can see these are the actually type system. So these are the types which always when you model your data, you have to understand that how what is. So these are the basically types, and with the help of these types, so all the data been being modeled within the SAP Commerce. So we have one atomic type, and then collection type, and enum type, and map type, and relation type, and then item type. So what is that atomic type? So atomic type is a primitive data. So we know that primitive data are already fixed, right? So your data will be either a string or float or double or integer. So that's how that are the sort of data we are calling it in a commerce as a atomic type, and we are that all the primitive type are came under atomic type category. And next one is type of collection type. So all the collection type data, when you require to model your data as a collection type, then you can have to use this collection type to model your data. For example, let's say if you are dealing with the multi-country site, so also to define a multiple languages for your application, so that to define a multiple language, you can use collection type, type system to define multiple languages as a collection. And the next type is enum type. So enum type is just a sort of fixed value and constant value. So with the help of we can define a fixed value, right. So example, like to we can define a gender, or there are week, so that sort of weekdays we can model with the help of whatever the enum data is. We can follow this enum type system to define our enum values. And next type is map type. So if a data or business data is like to organize in a way, like in a way with key and value pair, then we can use this map type data type to define our data in a map type data structure. And then we have another type, it's called relation type. So if we found that a data which makes a relation, then we can use this type system to to build the relation between our data. So for example, let's say you have a product data, then product have some category, right? So that to build the relation between product to category, which come under a relation type. And another one is item type, which is also one of the type of type system. And in item type, we are defining our entity. So if you have right to define your customer or to define your addresses, so these are the item type. With the help of this item type, we can define our entity, right? So those are the types. We are also calling it type system. So you have to understand the what are the type system and what at what case what type we can use at the time when we need to model our data into the database. And here we have deployment. So let's say you have organized your data into your with the help of some type system, and then you need to to store those data into the table. So as I said, we are not directly interacting with the table, we are just dealing with the commerce item.xml type system. We are in the type system, we are defining our data. So here is also one of the concept to declare table. So with the help of deployment, right? So in Hybris, table deployment in the database is defined actually by the deployment tag. So we have that deployment tag key. With the help of this tag or key, we can define our table name. What table would you prefer? Based on this deployment tag, you can define your table name. And if I add a deployment tag to the item type definition, then it create a separate table. So if you are defining a so there is, if you are not defining, then that will store into the somewhere super class or super entity. But if you are not defining, if you are declaring the table name, then it will your entity will be stored into that separate table. And if you don't, right, as I said, if you don't add any deployment tag, then it will go to the super entity, which is item type entity or parent table. And Hybrid support update existing table and create on table too, right? So so it's up to the data at what case we are designing. So we have that flexibility, either we can update the existing table or we can create a new table. So to define the new table, so here is the syntax which you can use when we are dealing with the modeling, right? To define the table within the commerce, we are using the deployment tag and defining the table name. And here we are defining a type code. So type code should always be a unique code. So you have to make sure before defining a table name. So this type code should always be a unique, so that can't be a redundant. Otherwise, your system will throw a error to create a table. And in next slide, we have another naming convention which you have to follow when you deploy your extension. So we have a separate extension, right? So it's common extension, print extension, or process engine extension, legacy, spring extension, b2c commerce extension. So this is the actually deployment code or type code. We can follow this based on the extension. We can follow this type code to define our type. While declaring the table, we can define this code. And here some concept about how that type system working and how you can define your database table. So here we understand that what is that extension. So in SAP Commerce, all the each extension have their own functionality, right? So you are always deal with the extension in SAP Commerce. But in the same extension in Java term, we are calling it as a project. We learn that. So we always use the extension in SAP Commerce. So you have to understand that these actually as part of data modeling. So where you can model your data at what file, right? So in SAP Commerce, each extension will contain your item.xml file where you can define your data. So what does it mean? That means each extension have that capability, to define that particular business logic or business data for your dedicated extension. So that's why each extension contain that item.xml file you can where you can define your data model. And there then after defining your data model, there is a transformation engine will work, how your data being created into the table, how that data can be stored into the database table. So that sort of engine will start work. And when that transformation will happen, like, so when you define your data in the item.xml, then you have to build your system. And then after you have to initialize your system. Once you initialize or update your system, your existing whatever you have defined the data, that will transformed or create into your database table. So we are not directly interacting with the database. So we are using the SAP Commerce mechanism to define our or to restructure our data into the into the database with the help of Hybris engine. We are not directly interacting with the database anymore. And here's some low level understanding about that, how you can define your data. So I was as part of I was just said about that, how so Hybris have that actually flexibility. Hybris not restricted with the database server. So our Hybris Commerce itself determine that it's not depend with the server. So if you are defining any data that in backend, that doesn't matter your database server is Oracle or SQL or MySQL. So that doesn't matter. So Hybris engine have that flexibility to deal with those backend servers. So you need to just define your data. And if you want to make to define additional property with the specific your database, Hybris have that opportunity to declare your data with the specific server, but it's not restricted. So I said we are not directly interacting, to design our table or to define our database into directly database. So we are always dealing with our SAP Commerce system, where we have logic, where we have mechanism. It's called item.xml file, which always be under each extension. So there we can directly just, we need to understand the type system, and with the help of type system we can start declaring our data. So let's say if you can talk here, if you are defining a, let's say, customer data, then you have to define just customer item type into your item.xml. And then once you build your system, you can just build your once you do install to build your system and restart your server. And then once you update your system, so Hybris engine implicitly will start creating those table into the database. So you don't need to do anything explicitly. So Hybris server itself do that job. We know that database server is needed, right? So either SQL server or MySQL server or any database or Oracle. So any database you needed to store the data. But what Hybris Commerce does is you don't need to explicitly write a query to create a database table and to insert the record. So that sort of explicitly work we are not doing. So Hybris have that capability to deal with the just prefer your natural language to define your data in form of in terms of Hybris type system. And Hybris have that capability to interact with those database server implicitly. You don't need to define externally. Okay, so here we are understanding the feature about database. So here here is the some logic. So or when you deal with the database model, I will show you actually after gone through it. Just try to catch the definition of type system. Then I will show you where this data we are defining in order to define the tables. Okay, so okay. So here you can see multi-database support. We have that. So Hybris system have that multi-database support, right? So that Hybris don't care about that what database server you are using, either Oracle, SQL Server, or any HANA database or any. So Hybris have that flexibility to deal with the multi-database. And another property also we have at attribute level, like we are calling it as a dynamic handler. So with the help of dynamic handler, actually we are interpreting those values at runtime. We are not storing those. If you are making some attribute as a dynamic, then that means this attribute can't we no need to store into the database, and that attribute won't store into the table, but we can handle that dynamically. So right, so let's say if we wanted to calculate the customer age based on his date of birth, right? So if I wanted to calculate the age based on customer date of birth, then we can just declare their age attribute as a dynamic attribute handler, and I can handle their age at runtime with the help of their date of birth. So we don't need to I don't need to store his age into the specific table. And we have similar dynamic enum. So dynamic enum also we are here with the help of dynamic enum we can change that enum values at runtime, so these enum being stored into the database table. And Hybris also have that multi-tenant support, right? So with the help of multi-tenant capability, we can have that currency support and currency format and data format, right? So with the help of that multi-tenant. And here is the actually some low level definition about that query. So we are not dealing with to creating this or to writing this query explicitly, but how that when you create a particular entity, so what is the flow, so you can just understand. So in let's say in Oracle, if you need to create a new table, then what syntax do you need to write? So here is the syntax to create a new table. It's called person, and here we can define that field name, that is a column name, and then we can define their column type, and then another column, and then type, right? So that's sort of just an example or syntax to create a table in when we are interacting with the direct if we interact with directly with the database server. That means we need to create a query to insert the record. But when we in the SAP Commerce term, we don't need to write any sort of query like this. We have to just understand the type system and data model within the Commerce, and we can just utilize those capability to define our data. Okay, so here we have that how so question is, how do you manage if data type are different from one DB to another DB, right? So as I said, Hybris is flexible. So Hybris don't care about that what in in background what database server you are using. So have Hybris itself have that capability to deal with the table. So Hybris have that engine, so there is a actually item.xml file which will contain that logic and to define that schema structure and all in this item.xml file. And Hybris internally will create that tables for you, whatever the item type which you have been defined in this XML file, and that same table being replicated into the database with the help of item.xml file. And how that where you can find this item.xml and what is the syntax. So here is the syntax. So syntax will be like in your also, as I said, item.xml file will exist in your extension. So for example, if you're in extension, so at every extension you will find this like this format. Here is the extension name and then items.xml. So in this format, always your item.xml file will exist as every extension within the commerce. And here, to that is the actually XML file. We see that item.xml is nothing but it's a XML file, and that XML have that a schema definition. So how that schema validated? So with the help of XSD, file, that your schema will get validated. And to write a item.xml file, we need to have that items.xsd file too. So item.xsd, it's this file is just to validate your schema. You don't need to modify anything here. You need to just write your or define your data model, define your data within this item.xml file. And once you start build your system, this xsd file itself will validate against this table. And here are also some important notes about items.xml file. So the item type itself, is the type of a particular item. You can define item. When I said you item, that means you can just understand item is nothing but it's an entity which you're gonna define with the help of Hybris type system. And next we have that right to define the item.xml file. There must be an SXD file which is some which has some rule, right? So this SXD file with the help of actually that schema being validated. And instance of item type is stored in item table, and but item type definition is stored into the compose type. So there is actually composed type predefined item type which is the reserve. So all the actually definition are stored in this table. And generic item is a default when you start modeling your data in SAP Commerce, then this item will, you can say, used to. So generic item is a general entity which always we need to extend to define any item type. And here we can learn about the concept of what is that object class, and how this object class playing as a super class for all the classes. So here we can extend one item type using keyword extend. So extend is a keyword. With the help of this keyword we can extend any features of the super class to the subclass. So we have that concept of inheritance. So inheritance, under inheritance concept, we are just extending the behavior of super classes. And we can control the access to an attribute using modifiers. So right, so we have that modifier at attribute label within the item type. So we can make the modify the behavior of those attributes, right? So for example, a modifier like there are some sort of modifier we can define at item level, either read modifier or write modifier or search modifier. So that sort of modifier are there. We are defining at attribute level, and we can control, right? So how to table are created for item type and default table for each item type in generic item. So we can also create a item type. So default will be the generic item, which one is the default one. So with the help of this one, we can define our on table. And table is always called a deployment in Hybris. Okay, so generic item is a default deployment, but when we talk about that table, that means we are just deploying those table into the database with the help of deployment tag. And here some example about that, how your item type looks like in hybrid database model. So if you can see here, we have that item type, we have that different item types in SAP Commerce. So first one is item, which is the super type. It is the topmost super type for any child item, and another item type like extensible item and localizable item and generic item. So all the item actually extend this item type. And here how you can define your item type. For example, if you wanted to here is example to define your item type. So here is the syntax. So first you have to write item type as a tag and then define their code. So here example for user right. So if you are defining a user right item type for your user, then you have to declare or follow the format like this. You have to define the code, and then you have to extend the generic item, and then there is a modifier, it's called auto create true. So there is a separate concept we will learn into the upcoming slides. So auto create and generate is two modifier. With the help of these two modifier, our item code is replicated into the hybrid, into the database table. And here we can see here deployment tag is there. So with the help of this deployment, we are defining or specifying the table name. And here that item type is mapped with the database table, and item type is associated also with the database table name. And to define this code, actually there are ranges which lies between these, like ranges from 0 to 32767, and some ranges are reserved and some ranges are open to define for our database codes. And here the same example also here, so you can go through that. So you will find that how you can define your code, and what are the attribute, and what are the modifiers, how we can declaring our modifiers at attribute level. And here about that, to more about how you can define your item type, right? So there are sort of more um, uh, explanation about your attribute when you deal with your type system definition. So you can also define the indexes. So if you deal with the indexes, right? So indexes actually help us to search those data into the database, but have that capability within SAP Commerce too. So we are directly dealing with the item.xml file, where all the indexes we are defining for the table. And here dynamic attribute we can also declare for each attribute. So data will right. So if you declare your attribute as a dynamic attribute, then that means those attribute will not be saved into the database. So that can be handled dynamically. And the custom logic is to write right, so retain once and use all the time whenever that attribute is required. So Here is the example. I gave you the example for dynamic attribute handler previously for age, and here also some explanation about example, like if you are trying to calculate the tax value for your taxation, so you can make that attribute as a dynamic and you can calculate this tax value at runtime. So you don't need to save this attribute into the database, but you can just calculate it at runtime. Okay, so here is just explanation about the modifier. When we can, we have only a setter method. When we have getter method, so here is the example for that modifier. So modifier will be like read. That means this allow you to just generate the getter method, and write is right equal to true. That means it will set some attribute to that class or to that entity. And here is also we have that search modifier, which with the help of this, once you make this flag as true, so that means your attribute will be searchable by this attribute name. And optional, we have also a modifier. With the help of this, you can make your attribute mandatory or optional. So these indicators will make your attribute or mandatory or optional. And here we have also a modifier. It's called initial. So if you are making this flag as true, that means your initial values will be defined at a time of system initialization. And you can also define a uniqueness with the help of this modifier for your attribute. If you declare your attribute as unique equal to true, that means your attribute values always should be unique. And here you can define your some custom property too for your particular attribute. So let's say your property is like hidden for UI. So if you are writing some custom property which makes that attribute for the UI as a hidden, then you can also set by default values as a true. So we have that custom property field too, which through we can define some custom property for your particular attribute. And here is also a mean of this read and write modifier. So I just said like read, if you make it read equal to true, that means you will get some values from the code. So that will more often invoke with the getter method. And if you are making your attribute as right equal to true, that means you're creating a setter method. And here is some example, like at what cases we will have only getter method, no setter method. So here like connection properties and creation time column, it's only created once, and later it will not be modified. So right, so here are, you can say, some scenarios why we need just getter method, not setter method. So if you face some connection, so you don't need to set your connections once that been set up. So you have to just call a getter method. And same example, like that your item, once your item being created, then you don't need to override that. So you at that case you have always need to call just getter method to get the time creation value, right? And here we will see here about that what is that composite primary key. So this concept actually quite similar what we know into the database. This concept will be the same. What is that composite, what is that primary key, and what is that composite primary key? So these are the similar concept of database. So if you put like unique equal to true, that means for your whatever the for the column or attribute you are defining this modifier unique equal to true, that means it internally behaves as a composite key. And here right, so to as I said, like if you are if you can try to understand in terms of data specific, so what is the syntax to create an index. So let's say you have to create an index for person table, then when you deal with the database way, so you can create a index like with the help of this index. But in Hybris we have that the step different syntax to create a indexes. So you can define just with the help of indexes tag, you can just define your index name, and declare your qualifier. So that's how you can make your attribute, or you can make your table or item type to be indexed. So you don't need to directly interact with the database, you have to just do the logic, or you need to write indexes into your item.xml file. And here is also an example how you can define the default value for your attribute. So to make those value as a default, so you can this is the syntax to define the attribute. So you have to just write attribute and auto make your attribute as auto create equal to true and qualifier equal to auto create. So this is the attribute name and this is the attribute type. So let's say this attribute is a type of boolean, and to give the default value of this attribute, you can just declare your attribute as a default value, and you can just define this boolean value as true. And here some right, so some explanation about your item type. So item type, as I said, item type is nothing but it's an entity which you need to define as part of your data modeling. So to define the item type, these are the characteristics which you need to know. First, you need to define your code, item type code, and there is also characteristic to extend those existing item type. If you wanted to extend the some feature from your super type, then you can just use this keyword extend. And Jalo class, we have also a concept. So with the help of Jalo classes, actually, that system we are not interpreting these Jalo classes, because our with the help of Jalo classes, our system interpreting this data to the database. And here we have deployment tag. We see that with the help of this deployment tag, we can declare our item type separately. We can define a table name with the help of deployment tag, and we have that auto create modifier and generate modifier. So we can understand it here. So when you defining your item type and making this auto create flag equal to true, that means this item type will create that actually this item type making an entry into the table. And generate equal to true, so if generate equal to true or false, so this flag scope is at Hybris level. So with the help of this item type, it will create a getter and setter methods model within the. So these are the nothing but it's a pojo, right? So pojo class is being generated, which will contain a getter and setter method. So how that getter setter method will generate, so that getter setter method will generate with the help of this generate equal to. If you're making that generate equal to true or false, so based on that your particular model class is being generated. And auto create equal to true, that means when you initialize your system, this for this specific item type table will be created at a time of system update or system initialization. And here some more about attribute characteristics. So if you are to defining your attribute as a double type, like total discount, and their type is a double. So you can also mark it generate equal to true to generate the getter and setter values for this attribute. And here you can define a persistent type. Persistent type means this value or attribute gonna store into the database table. So how you can define the column, right? So here is the characteristics to declare the column. So if you wanted to make this double as a big decimal, then you can just type a column type and define their values, like java.math.big decimal is you can declare this attribute as a type of this column. And you can define a modifier like read equal to true, write equal to true, and search equal to true, optional, unique, initial. So that sort of modifier you can define at attribute level. And if you wanted to define some default values for this type, we have that this tag to assign some default values for this attribute. And here the ways to define the item type in the Hybris, like to define a new item type without extending any. These are the actually way different ways we are applying. So based on the scenario, what kind of data we are going to create or going to model. So the ways to define your item type, like first is to define the new item type without extending any existing item type. That means you are creating a separate you are defining a new item type which don't need to extend any property of the existing item type, right? So that what is mean of first point. And next is to define, if you are defining a new item type by extending it with the existing item type, so you can also define your item type by extending some property of your some super type, right? So you can extend. And also you can define an existing item type again with the new attribute. So let's say you already have that existing item type, but if you want to define just new attribute, then you can just declare your item type and you can just define a new attribute for your corresponding item type. And here when we should define a deployment mandatory, so here is the some explanation about that, and scenarios are there when you can define a deployment tag. So I just said earlier at when we can use a deployment table. So once you declare your item type with the deployment tag, then you have to you just mention your table name to create the table for your item type. And if you are not declaring with the deployment table, then existing item type will hold these object or these item type. And here also we saw that collection is also one of the one of the modeling of your data in the type system. So you can make a collection of your atomic type values, right? So uh, we have that a way to actually make the collection of string or collection of integer. So that sort of modeling mechanism also there. And you can also have that collection capability to store your object type collection in the item.xml. And here some definition about dynamic, how you can make your enum type as dynamic. So it is different from dynamic attribute. So once you make declare your enum type as dynamic, that means these dynamic values will define into the database. And why this enum type define into database? That means you can change their values at runtime from your table. And we can make enum type as dynamic by specifying the dynamic equal to true. So if you enable this dynamic equal to true flag for your enum item type, then those values will get stored into the database. And if an enum type is non-dynamic, that means those enum can be handled at class level. So there is some constant values will be there which you can use at class level. And if you add any non-dynamic enum type without values, so right, so there is no sense actually if you are declaring your enum type without any values. So your system will throw an error, so will not succeed. And here is also some more definition about your dynamic enum. So if, right, so uh, here is like, so if you want to add a new values at runtime, then you can just make a dynamic equal to true for your enum type. And if you can change the flag type anytime but enforce a system update, so whenever you change the values of your dynamic type values, then you have to just make your system update to sync those enums with your database. And if dynamic equal to false, that means service layer generate a real Java enum classes, so that will be fixed at fixed values will be generated at 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 class level, not a table level. And if dynamic equal to true, it's generate a enum which can be used with the fixed values and can add at runtime. And now we have also relation type, one of the also modeling type. When you so when you need to define a relation between two entities or two items, then you have to use this relation type modeling. So as I said you about example, like if you are building a relation between product and category or customer to addresses, so that sort of relation you can create with the help of relation type. So here is the syntax how you can define your relation. So you have to just declare with the relation tag, and you can define your relation code, and you have to define their to just define source element and target element, and you have to define their cardinality, what kind of a relation you wanted to make, either one to. So in hybris, we have hybris support only two kind of relation. One is one to many and another one is many to many. So this attribute or this relation type will will capable to handle two type of relation. One is for one to many and another one is for many to many. And many to one, and also handled within the item type, so there is no need to define that one separately under relation. Here is also some advantages and disadvantages about collection and relation. So there is some sort of when at what cases if you use the collection, and what cases you can relation, and what are the pros and cons if you use the collection and if you use the relation. So here the advantage to use the collection is like retrieval process will be faster. If you want to retrieve or search that collection value, so it will be quite faster. You don't need to define any join. But there is no chance of data if in a relation, like there is no chance of data in transactional. So data flow will be bi-directional, but may join can you need to apply. And disadvantage of collection type is like if collection size is more than like huge, then that create some truncation problem. So it's unidirectional and it's not searchable if record is too huge. And also because it's collection is just a comma separated pk, so how that hybris store those values and handling. And also have some cons, disadvantage for relation, like slow retrieval when you deal with more than two tables. And here is just some recommendation about when you can use a collection and when you can use a relation. So when you are sure that our current and future requirement and we will not have many rows or many record, then we can go with the collection. And if you know that the size is bigger and data is huge, SAP recommend us to use a relation. And here also some definition about redeclare in item type. So let's say your item type is already defined, but somehow you need to, you know, define or change your existing attribute or existing property. So Hybris also provide us that capability to change the existing item type. So we have to just use that redeclare attribute, which help us to actually modify the existing attribute. So if we make the attribute as redeclare, then their property we can change. If we can declare that, we can define this redeclare for that attribute. And here also some concept about our data modeling. So here is some how that data modeling works internally. So Hybris creates a table, right? So whenever you do the system update or system init, so actually it loads your data item.xml file, and it's create a tables into the database. With so there is a item.xml file, and that item.xml file actually loaded when we do a init or system update. And also a Hybris generates DB schema using Hybris schema generator class is there within the library. So we are not dealing with this, but from for the information. So there is a libraries there. With the help of those libraries, schema being generated from how that item.xml or data transformed into a schema. So with the help of this library, that transformation happen. And SQL file in temporary directory. So we see that when we install our hybrid system, and we see that there is a directory which is called temp directory. So temp directory actually hold that sort of SQL file which help us to build that schema. And there are some temporary file are there to drop the DDL and DDL and DML to insert or update, and DDL to use the create a new statement. And here also different table types are there within the SAP Commerce. So we need to know that what are the table types within our commerce system. So we have that item type tables and localized values table and generic audit table and property tables and system tables. So we have total 5 types of table. So for our what we are using as part of modeling, it always goes with the item type tables. And if we have some item type with the localized, then it will go with the localized value table. And this generic audit table and property table and system table will be used by our commerce system. So we are not interacting with these table, but for our information, we have that 5 type of tables. One is item type table and localized values table and generic audit table and property table and system tables.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which database does SAP Commerce Cloud use by default? Option A, SAP HANA. Option B, Oracle. Option C, MongoDB. Option D, MySQL. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's new training program for SAP Commerce Cloud. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools you need to build scalable, customizable e-commerce experiences on SAP's leading digital commerce platform. Over the past year, SAP Commerce Cloud has seen rapid adoption among enterprises looking to enable omni-channel sales and modernize their online stores. This training will equip you with the skills to tap into this demand and advance your career. Many professionals have already benefited from ZaranTech's other SAP courses, and I'm confident our SAP Commerce Cloud training will similarly provide immense value whether you're looking to pivot careers or deliver more value in your current role. If you're interested to learn more, visit the link below for full course details. Investing in this training now can open up new career avenues or growth opportunities. So don't miss this chance and register today.
So here we will run the session about product. What is that product content management? What is catalog and what is product and what is digital asset management? So whatever product is came under a part of product life cycle, we will learn what is that product and what its life cycle and how e-commerce system is managing those life cycle within our commerce cloud. So I'm going to start topic one, that is a product management. We can also call it as product content management. So okay, so here basic agenda is, product is that product we have a different products, so based on businesses. So some product have base product and another one is variant product, and other is multivariant product. So you can say product can have three types. One is a variant product and another one is multivariant product, and third one is base product. And because it's all about a product, so we will also see that how our product is structured, to how their category structure and catalog is. We will talk about that. So here, as you can see that as basic agenda, like it's more about multi-dimensional product. So multi-dimensional product, we are also calling it as a variant product. So we have that different dimension of the product, so which came under multi-dimensional product. So we will go through it. And another one is configuring a cross-selling component. So selling also one of the softwares where a business doing, so that, so if you are some product, so that actually business promoting some additional product and flashing to the user so that user can interact some additional product. So that sort of configuration was under SAP, so we configure that of configuration we can do. Example, let's say you have a product like electronic product, one of the electronic product, that is iPhone. And iPhone is just a product but without any variant. But once you add the variant, then how you can map with the scenario. So iPhone may have a different models, either iPhone 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So that we call it as variant product. But each iPhone, either 10 or 16 or 12 or 8, have that different variants. Either they have based on their color, based on their memory capability, and they based on their screens or so. So that each model have their different variants. So that came under multi-variant or multi-dimensional product. That means each product have that different dimensions and different cat capability to sell into the web shop. Let's say you just get a product that is t-shirt. So t-shirt is a just base product, right? So once you make that a t-shirt with variant product, that means you are assigning some values, variant value into that product. So once you assign some values into that product, so that will just came under this, it's called variant product. So what, once you assign some right color, you, let's say you have a t-shirt this product, and t-shirt you make a variant like color, so here the same t-shirt will call like color product. So this is all, this hierarchy is about variant product. But if you see in the right side, so in a similar fashion we have also a modeling about category. So in a multi-dimensional product, so each product have a category, and category have that, you know, variant category. So variant, under variant category, right, so in a similar example, like if we have a t-shirt, then their variant category will be like color category, and their fit category, and you know, their size category. So that sort of variant category will be mapped with the product. And you know, with the same variant what is that variant value category, right? So value category is something like, let's say you have a color, so color is a category, but each color have, you know, their different value category, either red, blue, white. So that sort of values, whatever we are placing, that will came under variant value category. So this is the actually design structure when you deal with the multidimensional product in e-commerce system. So this is the structure, category structure and product structure when you deal with the multidimensional product. And here also, to understand the same what we were discussing about, so here more low level example here. So to explain more about multidimensional product, so let's say you have, you know, here is the example, like even of one of the apparel products, let's say this is a t-shirt, and here uh, about, you have a just shirt. So let's say you have some Oxford shirt, which is the product. You can understand this product is an independent product. You are not making this product as a variant product or anything. It's just product. But when you apply a variant, then you have to assign that category. So you have to make this product as a map with a generic variant product. That means your product will applicable with all the category will apply there, either their size and fit and color. So here is the some category like color, size and material. So these are the variant category. So variant category each have a different color, either red, blue. So that will come under variant value category. So here you can see with the, there is color coding also. So if you see this saffron color, then this will came under variant category, and this one variant value category will have like this, right? So these blue and large, and that sort of category will, whatever the value you will define for a specific variant product category, then that come under variant value category. The sales system or front end system or e-commerce system have their responsibility to design or model that product data is specific to their shopping process or shopping purposes. So SAP just responsible to send the product information. So SAP is not caring about how the front end system or e-commerce system is designed to sell that product. This is how we need to learn that if we are in e-commerce system, then we need to actually learn that how e-commerce have that capability, have that how that e-commerce system is, how SAP commerce is basically, what is their logic and what are their methodology to design their catalog structure and product design to sell that product into their website. So here we have also one of the product. Actually, this is more specified example for one of the product, that is a shoe. Like shoe have different fits and size. So this is one of the also example for multidimensional product. So we can see here the dimension, like based on their feet, based on their size, and based on their color. So that how the same product will looks like into our web shop. So this definition, how this definition came, so this definition is came actually based on this concept what we see here in previous slide. So like, so you can see here these are the value category: red, blue or green, and here is the category: color, sizes, material. So each have variant category. So if we came here, then if we try to map with the previous examples of color, you can see here color is just a just a category, variant category. But what color we see, either blue, red, or something, then that will came under multi-value category. And in the similar way for feet and size also will. So you have to actually, this is an example of, you know, multi-dimensional products, how e-commerce handling this. And here it's more related to the cockpit. So we know that, and earlier session I explained you what. So we this is one snap about that product cockpit. So product cockpit is also one of the software within the e-commerce system. So this software is responsible actually to manage the life cycle of the product. So the scope of this cockpit is to deal with the only product related activities. So here we are also doing a complete like product content management activity with the help of this product cockpit. So here even we can define their classification, we can define their category, and we can define, we can update their prices and their specification. So all the product related information we can update here based on, you know, their characteristics. So product have each, like, so all the product will have some catalog, and their complete catalog management and restructuring is here. We can manage complete life cycle of the product within the product cockpit. And this is also right, so how you can, with the help of product cockpit, if you want to assign any category or you want to update any category, so here how you can do. So you have to just go to your product cockpit. What I was saying, like, I'm one of the cockpit in our e-commerce system. So this is the back, we are calling it as a back office cockpit, and this cockpit is used for more back end related work. So all the back office related you know, operations we are handling here. So I will show you some practical practical how that practically how that catalog and product structure are designed in, once we will jump into the practical. But I'm just trying to explain you how, what is, where is that product cockpit and how that we are maintaining. So you can see here we have a different cockpits, and this cockpit actually is applicable to manage the life cycle of the product. So once I will switch here, this cockpit provide us a complete catalog structure, category structure and all. So because I don't have any product in my system, so that's why it's unable to load. So I have to just load the sum of the product in my local, so that I will be able to see. So if have that product, then all the category and catalog structure will be here. So you know, we will see that even in your case, like you did that some local setup, and if you do the update your system, you will be came here under product cockpit. So you will be able to see your all the product and categories here. So this is the cockpit actually, how this cockpit looks like in our e-commerce system. So this is nothing, it's a workflow. So as part of just to approve the product or to check the product, so that kind of activity is there. Okay, so here also what we see in this slide, so we can see here, this is a one of the example under product cockpit. So this cockpit, so what here that example telling us about is that, like, they came under one of the catalog, and each catalog have some, list of product, and they have opened some one product, and they are trying to actually update the category of one of the products. So it's quite easy. In this cockpit, you can came here under your category section, and you will find whatever the category been assigned, that category you can update based on your requirement or your functionality. You can update the category, either any, if you want to update like any fit related category or size related category. You have your custom category, so you can easily just here you can configure it, and you can publish it. So as soon as you will publish, so same information will get applied into your online store. And here also, scenario about cross selling. So this is, I was just explaining you what is that cross selling component and when this component will enable. So you can see here, so cross selling is just about promoting a sales against, if you are buying something and adding into the cart, and then some, additional that product will flash to promote, just to promote the sales. So for this example, so let's say somebody has selected the camera. So this is also one of the electronic products. So here I'm, let's say, in a PDB page. So this, once customer will came here, then that this cross sell product also will flash here. So just to promote the sale, user can interact with also with the different color and different variants. So this is the one of the component which mapped with the this that under our description page, so where we are showing all the description about that. So that along with description component, so this cross sell component is embedded with, and you can configure this, to make your cross selling component. You can easily define, you don't need to any code changes or any deployment. So you can, for your business, you can easily configure through within the SAP Commerce. So we have that smart edit, we are calling it smart edit cockpit, which is also one of the software within the Commerce suite. So through that we can easily configure this component to just selling or cross selling related activity. And here this is actually example about what I was just talking about. So we have that separate cockpit, we are calling it as a smart edit. So in a smart edit, actually this software is more used to your online store. So you don't need to deploy any code, you don't need to do any build. So these changes will apply at the runtime, so your business is running and ready to use. And if you want to add something onto your online store, either you are adding some component or you defining some product or some template, so you can go ahead here and you can select that corresponding changes and you can apply here. And once you publish the changes, so same changes will reflect into your web shop. So this is also a very capable tool, and which is I mean frequently useful tool once when that business is running with their some shopping site. So this is the frequent tool to update their banners and images. And here also it, right, so just how you can make your cross selling component. So there is your smart edit. Under smart edit you can just select any product, and for that description page you can make some condition, and you have to just enable those product for cross selling. So whatever the product you will include under cross selling, so the same product, once you buy that product, this same group of product will reflect there into your online store. Yeah, so this is also, once you make your changes, you you created your cross selling component with the some group of product, and here how you can sync your product so that same product will get visible into your online shopping site. So this is a flow activity in order to publish your product to make the visible onto your web shop. Okay, so here it's about, we understand that cross selling. So in cross selling there is also a similar configuration for upselling. So this is also one of uh, the functionality which through we can promote the sales. So there is in low level there is also a defined architecture and defined model is there. We have to just pass the references. So how we are including in cross selling as part of group of product under cross selling component. So in the similar way we have that upselling component to promote the sale. So once you configure your product, you will find that option to make that some group of product which you wanted to include as part of your upselling product component. Actually there are three sales process. One, whenever customer buy any product, so to promote the sale, actually we are doing this activity, cross selling, upselling, and there is also one which is called guided selling. So this is more related to just promote the sale in our e-commerce hybrid e-commerce system. Business or marketer, even marketing people also do. So there is actually part of user management who can do. So it's up to the business how they wanted to do. But within the e-commerce system we have that user management, so one can apply the changes, and one need to check that or review those changes, and another somebody has to approve that changes. So once that changes will get approved, then same changes will reflect into our website. So this is also one of the snap about how you can find your product references. So this is modeling, like one product will hold a different product references. So to find that references, so you need to go here under type system. So under type system you have to type of product references. So product reference is nothing but it's a one of the table which hold those values of reference product. So this right, so this is a table name actually which is designed to hold the reference of the product. Yeah, so once you open that references, so you will find that what are the references product are being defined. So you will find, so let's say you have that electronic product like camera, and then you will have some additional reference product, right? So they in a similar way, like whatever the some electronic gadgets we need to promote as part of our upselling or cross-selling sale. So to achieve those logic, so we are using these product references, when we defining actually that cross selling or upselling process. So these references actually gives that product information. So in that, once we go into our product description page, so additional reference product will get visible over there into our website. So there are actually four how we are storing that references. So you can see here 4 points are there in a reference table. So product references table hold these attribute which is called for source product and what is the target product and what is the reference type, and those are active or inactive. So based on that, this table hold these characteristics. So based on these characteristics, that corresponding product will be visible. So you can see here in the example, like let's say you have selected some product and this product will call just in reference product, which is a source product. And whatever the reference product we have added, it's called reference product, and this is a some group of item. And whenever once you choose any product, so that product will call target product. So that how characteristics being defined for single product. Yeah, so this is also actually this is deprecated today in our new extension, what we see. But information is same information will be available into our back office. So this is a we are calling it HMC, which is Hybris Management Console. So this tool or cockpit also giving us option to update that product related information. So this is also one of the snap how you can maintain the product references and how you can define their characteristics here. Yeah, so here this is also one of the example, like how you can define their references for any product. So let's say you are in category under catalog, so you have opened some of the product and you can define their references under product references section. So some, and this is a part of category system. So whatever the reference you will define, the same product will actually get visible into your web shop once you select that particular product into your product description page. This is also with the different scenarios in product, how you can reference the product with your base product. And here right, so if you can see my screen, so this is actually impex file. So impex have nothing but it's a file, or it's a medium to import the data. So we are discussing about product references. So this is actually one of the impex file where that references are being defined for the particular product. So here we have just source product and target product and active inactive relation indicator to make those references active or inactive. So how, I mean, this is the impacts which through you can load that reference product. And this is uh, right. So once your product just imported into the database, so this is the table view once that product imported. So how that uh, reference product being stored against your base product. So you can see here this is a just reference type, and this is the source in a table. Actually it's stored in a form of PK. So based on PK you can fetch that corresponding product, because at the end product will store under your product table, but it's the reference in a form of PK. So we are calling it as a foreign key or something. Okay, so here we can more learn about that what is that configurable product and what are the information which we can configure, right? So you can right, so we can learn here how we can come configuring that product within the within our SAP Commerce system. So let's say actually there is a when you deal with the product data. So actually this right, so how that Kamal actually asked this that question about some rules and how what are the what are the e-commerce actually do the changes and what not, and if do the changes, then how SAP or backend system can make sure that with the change. So here actually more this you know scenario will give you that example, like, so when we are doing that any configuration for the product actually, so SAP define that actually SAP telling to the front end system or e-commerce system ki, hey, this is the information which e-commerce system can update. So there is a actually SAP give us the indicator what information can any system update and what not. So they, so like, so as like there is a product description or their category information or something, so that actually like their product is stock or something, so that can actually handled by SAP, and SAP or backend system restrict with, and there is actually rules which backend system has to tell what what changes actually front end can do. So based on that rules, hybrid system making sure that to that particular change can be applied from the e-commerce side. So in this configurable product, we are calling like based on that scope, right? So what are the information hybrid system can update? So uh, usually we are what we are doing that as part of configuration, like we can update the product category, we can update the product, we can define their catalog structure and their classification attributes. So that sort of, and their product descriptions and some specifications. So that sort of information big e-commerce system can update as part of configurable product. So even hybrid system also can configure the bundle. So that bundling is a different concept, but this is also came under or configurable scenario. So where we are selling a group of product into the single bundle. So these configurable product are that require to additional information from the customer to complete the purchase flow. So that how this explanation about. So for example, like if you want to complete the purchase, let's say a car, if somebody buying a car, then we need to select which engine should be built into the car. So this is some real scenario example, like what will be the color and what will be their property, so that how in e-commerce level have also that is scope to configure based on the customer choices. So it's more related to the again to promote the sales. So based on that, that e-commerce system or front end system have that capability to update that product. So to make it configurable, we have to, while we are modeling the product, we have to give the definition, what are the characteristics or what are the product attribute which e-commerce system can update. And this is also out of the box feature within the SAP Commerce, so we don't need to customize anything. So we have to just enable those capability to make those properties configurable in order to make the editable. And there is a configurable setting, right, to when that product can be applicable, like order and cart label, and to support these two new data type, right? So here we can see the configuration setting, so represent the actual configurational property. So it's right. So this is actually also a catalog aware. So we will understand like about the concept of catalog, because in e-commerce system, the all the product actually will belong to the catalog. So catalog have that two version, one is staging and another one is online version. So this is actually all the product once we are getting from the third party or any SAP system, so that by default we are storing into our staged catalog. And after if everything is fine, then once we approve those product whatever we received from the third system, then it will come just create a replica or copy and came into online catalog version. So this is more related to the catalog. So we will see that how what are the versions available and how you can make your catalog as catalog aware. So this is how I mean versioning concept works within the e-commerce system. And in the similar way, how you can define your catalog and how you can define your version. So in the similar way, you can also define the category, and category also have a catalog interface, right? So catalog aware. So it also category have that different version, right? So it's either stage or online. So similar sort of synchronization needed whenever that category been approved and it's came to the online to reflect into the website. So this is more uh, about some diagram level example. We can see how that configurational product works. So here is the if you define a like product camera and you are making those you are trying to as part of to promoting to the customer, and if you are changing any updating the configuration, right, to assigning any additional category, or you're assigning some feature on that to just to promote the sales. So and you are updating sort of color, so that sort of configuration we can do as part of configurational concept. And in the similar way, you can also update the category feature too. So that you have to update the category information, you have to also make category with the configurable. So this is example of this is again a product catalog. So how product cockpit. So under cockpit, how you can update your configuration. So here is the some snap, right? So you have selected some category, and under category you will find a different configurational categories. So you can define that category. So same category will work when customer browse the product which belong to that particular category. This is also a back office view of how you can update your category and how you can define the configurational product. So you will if you open some categories, you will be able to find those category as a configurational category. So this is more we need to understand, because in e-commerce system it's all about actually product and their life cycle, how we can update and how can manage. So we can now maybe we can switch to our practical, so that we can see what we see so far. We can see practically how that data you can update for your product. So we were discussing about what is that product references. So here are some scenario. So if I am in a web shop and I just trying to search any product, and if I go into the product detail page, and then uh, while I'm so at the while I'm just checked out those specific products, so there will be also some reference of that product. I'm getting some products. So how this reference product been configured within SAP Commerce? So there is a window to configure the to this listed or suggested product to promote, just to promote the sales. So here you can see uh, this is the example where we can see a target product as a reference product, and here you can see how we can give the references. So reference is nothing but it's kind of as a as a reference key, as a reference product IDs, those we are mapping along with our main product where that description product redirected to. So along with that product, we are just giving a reference of those product as a collection, so that whatever the references been designed for those specific product, it will get you know reflected into our web shop. And so if you go to the back office and if you wanted to find that where is that product table exist within the SAP Commerce, so you know that URL. So once you will be able to restart your server, and you can go with the back office, and if you can search with the product in a back office search, or you can just navigate through the under catalog, you will find separate product node is there. So this node hold actually all the product whatever are exist within the SAP Commerce. So you will be able to see all those products. So let me just explain about this window. So here, this is we call in SAP Commerce, this is the Explorer tree we are calling, and this is the search window, and this one is the editor window. Let me see if I'm able to log in some back office window. Okay, so once we will jump into laboratory session, then I will explain you more, but more or less you can understand like there is a three part in any cockpit. One is navigation part, that is we also calling as explorer part, and there and another one is a search page, or you can say search area, and another one is a editor area. So navigation through in the navigation section, you can just go through with your specific nodes or specific functionality by navigating those, or by searching those. And in search area, you can just whatever the item do you like to search, you can just type it there. So there is also advanced capability to have that to search by different combinations. So that is we are calling it as advanced search. And we have that separate editor area within the back office, so that you can apply some modification on top of your item. So that's sort of area about back office. So this is a window about, so we are actually browsing through the product references. So if you can see here what this slide tells us, that user logged in a back office, and under catalog they just clicked on product, and after clicking on product, so there are a couple of product being whatever the list of product is there, they just uh, go into by clicking on one specific product, and here that editor window open. So in the editor, we can see all the product information which are there for a specific product. So we are just driving through the product references. So under category section, you will find find the references. So whatever the reference you will pass here, the same reference will reflect here into your product description here. So this is about product references. Let me just move to the next slide. And also this is the same slide about with the different products. So you can see here how to pass that product references. You can just add here, this is about just to show two reference product. So same product will be visible in product description page. And okay, so this was about to what we see here in the window, which is already created. But let's say if you want to just re-import with the fresh data, then how you can create a references, or how you can import your bulk of record within single shot. So we know that there is a impex file. Impex is is nothing but this is a way to import the data within SAP Commerce. So here is the example, what is the information you need to pass in order to import the product reference data. So first you need a source, that is a product code, and a target is a product that you wanted to give as a as a part of references. So in the same information, you have to also define that catalog. So catalog will must be the product catalog, and version you also need to give. Oh, so in a product catalog, we have two version. One is staging and another one is online. So whatever the changes we are applying as part of editor or updation, we always doing the change in a stage version, and once that changes are finalized, then we are publishing into the online. So the online means whatever the product is visible on our web store, the same product is get fetched from the online version. So make sure that whenever you are doing any kind of update or some modification, so you have to make sure that you always need to be applied on stage version. So once you browse any product, so there will be also a versioning information is there, so that you can make sure you are performing a edit on right version. Otherwise, let's say if you are directly performing into online version, and that the same modification will get reflected into your web shop, so that's not a good practice. So we have to perform a workflow. So first you need to apply your changes in stage version, and some that workflow mechanism work like somebody has to play a role of editor, and somebody has to play a role of review those changes, and somebody has to perform the role of approval of those changes. So that sort of business flow will work. So always we need to make sure that to apply the changes on each stage version a product catalog. If you remember that I just explained with the scenario, like because we know that of the master of any source data is SAP. So SAP is a master to keeping the product information, to validate the information against SAP. So SAP giving us the actually list of field or values for those material which source system can modify. We can't modify the attribute or information which SAP won't allow. So SAP, because SAP is a owner of those products, so SAP actually giving a guidelines to the source system what information source system can modify in order to promote the sales or whatever. But SAP defines that rule to what kind of information source system can edit or make the changes. So this is the just way to how you can import your data as part of product references. So if you are importing a fresh data, then you have to follow the way how we can import through the impact. So you can just import your bulk of record in a single shot with the help of impexes. But if you have existing product and you wanted to make some changes on the fly, so no downtime required, then you can just go ahead into the SAP back office or SAP product cockpit capability tool, and there you can just click, you can find your product which you wanted to apply as a part of product references or define as a product reference. You can go here under category section, and you will find a field or option to update the product reference. So as soon as you will update this reference, so you have to make sure that everything, I mean workflow you have applied, like somebody has to do the review and somebody has to approve your product. So once that approval will approve that product, so those changes will sync with the online catalog, and online version will get published into our web shop, and same changes will get reflected here onto the product description page here. And here some snap of product references in terms of table. So how in Hybris table, this is the actually low level information, how Hybris product reference table kept that information as with regards of those list of product against one single base product. So we have like one is as a source system and another one is a collection of target. So this is nothing but it's just a collection of pk in terms of a list of items. So we are just, this table contains just a list of pk of those product which we wanted to pass it as a reference. And here we have a configurable product concept. So this capability also there in our in our SAP Commerce. So you can configure your product. So this is more about upselling and cross selling scenario. So this is also a capability within the SAP Hybris. So there is a option there. We will see moving forward slides. So how you can configure your product. So there is a configuration, actually rules are defined within the commerce, so we have to work accordingly. So here some example is there. uh, in terms of modeling, so what are the product, what are the category which you are trying to make as a configurable, and then which you include into that configurable product category, then only those category or those product will applicable to make that configurational parameters. So there are some sort of changes you can configure on the fly. So based on these configuration rule, you can make a changes. So let's say a example, like if you are trying to configure a product for a single category, then how you can do that. So there is a category node is there. So again you have to go to your back office, and under catalog section we have a category. So once you click here, you will be able to see all the category which are which are applicable for your catalog. So you can just go into any specific category. So once you will open that category, you will see that option how you can configure your category. So separate option is there within the back office. So once you open that category, you will see under general section, you will find that configurational setting. So under configurational setting, you can apply your changes, what kind of configuration you wanted to give. And there is also a same example in other way, right? So if you just search with any category and you went into the some details, and on in general section you will have that uh, to configure your category in terms of their font and their sizes, like that you can configure. And here category structure is there. So within the Hybris, actually this is also we have actually three concept when we are dealing or we are calling it catalog modeling. So in SAP Commerce, so when we are dealing with the product modeling, so three things we need to know. First is your category structure, how you can define your category, and another one is product modeling, how you can define your product structure. That means your product or your business is dealing with multi-dimensional. That means if your business is in multi-dimensional, then that means you have to model your product as a multivariant. So variant capability you have to enable, right? And another thing is about your catalog structure, how you are designing your catalog. So based on those concept, your actual, we are calling it it's a product being modeled for your business. So there are sort of rule while you are, so it's up to the requirement, what is your requirement. But as part of OTB functionality, so you have to understand three things. First is category structure, and then your product structure, and another one is your catalog structure. So if you can see here, just looking for how we can configure a product and how we can make a particular product as a configurable. So under category section, like you can see, let's say if there is a some product and I wanted to make it as a configurable, then in general section, so I can define that for this category this is the configuration, and whatever the category that's supposed to include for this specific product, you can go here under category structure and you can assign the category for this product. So either this product a part of that if you are dealing with the electronic gadgets, then this is part of some accessories categories or some main product, so that sort of structure you can change. Yeah, so here this is once that you can configure your product and you can he, the same product will be visible in your product description page. So this is actually uh, uh, once you will browse with your site, so you will actually understand that what is this mean of. So this is last this one is, we need to remember, like this is one is nothing but it's a item number. So this is the material number, you can say, which will s- we are configuring actually as a URL. So the same URL actually getting synced when we are making a synchronous call to any target system or source system to fetching a material data. So here also you can see right, so based we see that how we have configured that category. So this is actually nothing but it's a configurational parameter what we have gave as part of category. So I'm just, let's say if I am like this category power heart, then there is a whatever the defined configurational parameter are there, so that based on this I will be able to add those product what I have specified from the backend. So this is sort of concept within the as part of our product management. So this is the one of the concept how you can make your product configurable. So this is the same product you can see here. So one of the product which we make as a configurable, so it's added into the into the cart. And if you again wanted to change the configurational, because I make this product as a configurational, so that means I can apply the changes based on those criteria as part of configurational. So I did the configure I make the configurational parameter for text and font size and font type. So I can, if I wanted to just click on change configuration, then I have a right to update this configurational, because I make this product as a configurable. I was just explaining that what are the config, what we make, the what are the attribute, as a business people can make it as a configurable, so that on when I'm browsing this product or when I'm check out this product, so I make and update this configurational parameter in at the time of my checkout journey. So here I can also, like this is the also a description page, not description page, but it's a card summary page where I can also update this configuration in this page also. This is the card page. So here I'm also getting that option. So in this page itself I can update the details configuration parameter. So so this is actually, this is not about to just this update the product information. So because each size or this product have that different size or different have the type, so based on this configurational changes, so even pricing information also will get synced with this. So when I'm doing the change, that means not about to just change this value, but along with I also have to recalculate the price, and then the same price will get reloaded here. So when you deal with such scenario, you have to take care everything. Yeah, so here this is more explanation about that product modeling. Like every product in a market will have different characteristics and different attributes. So it's up to the product or up to the market what product business is selling. So to right, so there are some features within in the Hybris available as part of out of the box. But if some if your business capability is not fulfilled by OTP feature or OTP functionality, then always options are enabled so that you can just redefine on top of your OTP functionality. So you can include that with the some minimal changes. So Hybrid is allowing us always to open the changes for any further business customization. So with the minor changes you can do apply as part of your customization. So here some to understand that how modeling is happen within the SAP Commerce. So this is just example. Like if you have some this is the one of the shoe product which have characteristics like size or color, and this is the another product, or you can say this is another market. But if you deal with some electronic market, then again we have when configurational are changed, information are changed. So in electronic we have like lenses and capacity, so that sort of characteristics will come in. But in sense of product modeling, so you can say this is the different market of product. But within the SAP Commerce, if you model this product in the Hybris, then you have to follow the same model in the SAP Hybris. So you have to just differentiate by category whatever product you wanted to. But in terms of modeling, this is the same when you start the mapping of this product. Yeah, so here is also some more low level information about product modeling. So there are some explanation about with different scenario. You can see these are the type system. So we see that as part of like product, so we have different type system like product type system and order category cron job, etc. So this is okay. So let me explain about more. Uh, so let's say you have that product, right? So you have that product in the SAP Commerce, and what are the actually type system get impacted or get effect when you deal with the product. So you can see product. This is the one of the type system which hold the product, and you can see this is the order, which is also a separate type system. But when this will get affected, this type when you were doing a checkout, then order creation process will start. And then category also, like uh, category is just group of products, so we are categorizing those product based on category. So without category your product won't exist. So this is how you have this category also a separate one of the type system. And this is the cron job, right? So this concept we also have to learn. This is also another concept within SAP Commerce. So cron job is sort of scheduler. So based on scheduler, this cron job is run. So we can create a cron job very easily, right? So let's say an example like so cron job is also a separate type system, but in order to understand this, like cron job is nothing but it's a scheduler. So let's say you wanted to update your inventory at every day in the midnight. So you can just follow this cron job concept in SAP Commerce, and you can create a cron job which can update your inventory information at every day in a midnight. So that sort of type system which get impacted when you deal with the product modeling. Yeah, and the similar concept is like we understand the type system, and this is the similar concept with the classification system. So classification is also system with similar to type system. So actually this is more often used with the modeling when you are start modeling for your product. So classification actually have that classification attribute. So based on those attribute, actually you are making those based on that actually classification attribute, we are calling it as also a classification feature. So this based on this, actually this playing a role like as a common, so if some category is used playing a role like as a common feature, that means we can very easily handle through the classification system. So you can see here, this is just diagrammatic some example like product, and each product have that category. So product and category, we have many to many relation, like, right? So one product may have multiple category, and one category may belong to multiple product, right? So that sort of mapping is there, many to many relation already. This definition is defined as part of OTB feature, and this category and product classify with the classification attribute. We are calling it also a category feature. So based on this classification system, we can just inject this product or category. So this is all about product modeling. Let me show you. Okay, let me just finish this up, then I will show you how we are doing that, that sort of modeling. And where I earlier session I explained you, there is a, when we are dealing with the any kind of modeling, we have that separate item.xml file, which is low level information. So when you are making any change, so you have to follow those item.xml file and modeling rules. So based on that, you can define your model, or you can modify existing model. So so in terms of type system, right? So we have some static attributes which we can't modify or change, and right, so that means there is no runtime changes, and there are some uh, you know just a definition about as in terms of type system. So there, in terms of type system, we have also a separate, right? So type system is one of the way which we can model our product, and another is like it's similar to the classification system, which there is a workflow about how classification system works. So classification system also, this is a catalog aware feature. So this also will hold a catalog version. So that means it's follow the way of synchronization. So catalog version have that stage or align version, and it will get classified with some category, right? So we have that category feature at the end. This once you model your product with classification system, then at the end it will get qualify with your particular product or category. So this is the also a system when you are dealing with the modeling. Okay, so this is more about workflow, right? So we can understand here how that workflow work. Okay, so this is the okay. So let me just explain about how workflow is also one of the module and one of the capability within the SAP Commerce Suite, and we have that separate workflow extension which we are defining the workflow. So let's say I'm just trying to explain with some real scenario example. So let's say you just Hybris e-commerce just receive the product information, right? So product information from any backend system, either SAP, ERP or something. So right, so the same information what SAP send to the Hybris, we can't directly publish those information into our online shop or web shop. So before publish into the web shop or before going to visible those product into the web shop, we have to perform some steps. So that our hybrid system makes sure that whatever the information received from the backend are the correct. In order to make those corrections, so we have that workflow to perform those steps. So once we are getting those information from the any system, that will came under task. So I will show you. So there is an option in product cockpit. So whatever the material we are receiving from the third system, it will just get hold under task, and from this task those workflow engine will get executed. So what kind of task that somebody can start or execute, like, so first task is to review those product, and some task is to just check your product. So these are the different roles, and some user have that role to approve those products. So that business flow will perform with the help of that workflow engine or workflow template. So even if you wanted to assign a separate role or new role, then this workflow is there as part of OTP feature. You can go to your product cockpit and you can create a new workflow which can just, for example, to change the status. To update the status, you can define a new role. This is the workflow how playing a big role, like when you are dealing with the scenario. And when that separate user, right, some user is playing a role of reviewer, and some user is playing a role of just approval manager or something. So based on that, what you wanted to include as part of your scenario, so you can add it here that to fulfill your requirement. So here also some more, if you can see the right side of diagram, so you can see there is a some user which has a role of workflow designer. So what this user can do, this user will use this workflow template, and based on this template, he is responsible to create a workflow, create a new workflow. That means this step, this user have a right to create a new workflow for some user, for any user he can. And this is the user roles. So these are the some list of roles this user can assign. So based on those roles, it will provide a access, right, what user can do. And also we have that workflow manager is also who can this is also uh, uh, individual who can approve those activity what some lower roles or down stream roles are doing. So this person have that responsibility to approve that or reject that. Within the back office, this capability is also there. So you don't need to any write a code, or you don't need to write any logic. You can just need to understand the business flow. So if this is the actually through the back office, you can go through your workflow engine. You can configure your new workflow, or you can modify something with the existing workflow. So what I was explaining about this diagram, you can go here and you can define your new work step in order to perform those workflow, and you can assign roles for the user which you wanted. So this is the template which through you can just update or you can create a new workflow. So this workflow is actually mainly used with the approval process. So when we are approving something with the different business flow or different steps, then we are following these workflow steps in SAP Commerce. Okay, so this is also more real scenario example. Like this is once you will if you are creating a new workflow engine, then you can here you can this is the actually a different state, right? So you wanted to give a role of marketer, or you wanted to give a what we can call a purchase or anything, I mean approval or review. So here you can update those what is the existing state and what is the next step and what is the previous step. So with the help of this link you can create. So if you can follow this wizard creation of the workflow, you will find those steps in order to create a new workflow. So in terms of like uh, knowledge, you can so Hybris have that workflow engine and capability to create a new workflow, or you can modify a existing workflow. So based on this you can follow the how that product approval process when we are publishing any product for our web store. So here you can see what I was just explaining. To create a new workflow, you have to pass with the different stages. So what are the essential information and what are the optional information and what are the some core information. So once you will start by creating a new workflow, you have to pass through those steps, and you have to fill those information which in order to create a new workflow, right? So workflow manager is there. So this is the main template workflow manager which need to be extended. So at low level, this is like when you are doing any customization in the code base, then you have to follow. But if you are not doing any code change, then you have to follow the existing template engine. So this is more information, right? So to create a workflow. So if you are passing with the different this is the indicator actually how you can create and how you can fill those information. So this is the slide actually telling us about the process to create a workflow with the different steps. So you can see here the what are the information as part of essential. So you have to define a workflow template, what template you wanted to choose as a product approval template, or product approve or product review template, or product status change template. So that sort of template already there, you have to just utilize it. See, if some step, if you want to define your own template, then you can go ahead with the customization. You can customize your system. And here you can just, as part of essential information, you can update your template and you can assign assign to a name. So that's that sort of information as part of essential one. And once you finish this essential information, and if you click on next, then you will get highlighted with the next step, that is item, which is also holds some core information, right? So you can see here this is the item actually. This is the example actually what for what item you wanted to create a workflow with. So this is catalog, right? So you have to map with the catalog with some versioning. So as I said, you have to always make the changes for stage catalog version, and then once these changes will get applied and once every step will get finalized, then this catalog will get synced with the online. So the online once the changes will publish into the online, so same changes will get applied into your web store. And again, once you have completed all those steps and created your new workflow, and then what you can do, you to start those workflow, you have to just click on start, so that once you click you start your workflow, your that means your whatever the new workflow you have been defined, it will come into your action. So for whatever the purpose of you have defined the workflow, in the same purpose which will be included with the existing one. Yeah, so this is the actually some once you have created your workflow, then the right side of the panel you will be able to see what are the workflow are running and what are the not. So you have just started your workflow, and if you can go here in your back office and under collaborative section, you will be able to see your running workflow engine. Yeah, so right, so whatever the workflow which you have created, so if you click on the workflow node in a back office, so all the list of product, as you can see here, we have a different workflow is there, like product approval and approval through the product marketing team and approval through the purchase team. So there are different approval template is there. So so if you wanted to define your new template, you can follow those steps to create just new workflow. Yeah, so here this is the task. So this is more about this is the back office view. But if you go to in your product cockpit, you will find a more geographic view. So there is a separate UI for where you can see your task. So if you see this screen right side, we have that workflow, and here is the task. So if I see that in the previous screen, this screen is about workflow and task, like uh, what what task or what action that particular workflow or template are playing. So right, so let's say if I have created a workflow for approval through the product manager team, that means this is the task for me. So this task I have to run in order to perform the approval for the product. Okay, so this is right. So if you see, this is the product cockpit view. So the same view what we see in the back office, we have a different view in the cockpit, but the information or but the action will be the same. So this is the way actually how you can create your workflow by the product cockpit view. ASM is also one of the capability, right? So uh, we know that one actually this is also ASM is assisted service module. This is also a capability for the support team, right? So ASM we are enabling in such a business scenario, like once we have like point of sale or store, so that kind of feature we are enabling in that scenario. So that means here the end user is some employee or some partner are there as part of ASM. In the left side you can see this is we are calling it as a exploratory in a commerce terminology, where we can search any item type or any node by the search. And on the right side panel we have two tab. One is search area and another one is editor area. So in the search area you can if you type anything, you can just it will search by item name or item number. but we have additional, additional as a part of advanced search, you can apply a more combination of search, so that you can just click on Karen plus icon. You can see just a small plus icon is there. No,
Yeah.
on that only search bar. Yeah, so this one I was telling you, this is in commerce we are calling it as a advanced search. So you can see here as a couple of more option or combination available. So based on these combination, we can also do a search. Yeah, so this is about our search. And okay, so you have opened a product, like one product which is power tool product catalog, and which is in stage version. So you can see this product is a part of a stage version catalog. So okay, so here you can see all the information, like this is the search area, and on bottom side we can see this is the editor area. So you can if you go through all the tab, we have separate tab which hold all the information about our product, and along with that changes what we can apply. So you can see here with the property have some characteristics what we can modify, and then what are the attribute for those products, and category structure. So right, so here you can see this is the one non-editable category which we can see here as a classified as. So classified as is nothing but it's a classification system. So this is the one of the classification feature. With the help of this feature, this product get qualified. So this is the technical details. That means this is something which is common, so that how this product is modeled, like to apply the classification system for making this qualify this product by this category. And here is super category is nothing but it's a category of this product. That means this product belong to this measuring and layout tools, and this is the one category. And another category is like startech.com. So this is also another category. This is the multiple category. And what we see here, you can just see the right side of bottom attribute, we have product references. So you can see here product references, how we see in a product descriptions page. So here you can define a product which you wanted to make a reference product, or you wanted to populate as a reference product at the time of checkout this product. So the same whatever the references you will pass, the same product will get visible into your product description page while checkout. Yeah, so and next tab is prices. Okay, so in a hybrid. So I think uh, actually later session we will have, this is the separate topic, but overall what I can just explain you, we have actually different prices in e-commerce system. So this is the product price, and another one there is a separate like taxation prices also is one of the price row, and another one is like discount price. So these are the separate prices, row of the prices. So how we are managing as a row in e-commerce system. So in Hybris, actually we have European one price factories there at low level. This is the low level information. So when you do deal with the modeling of the prices, so we have to follow the European one price factory. So actually going forward we will learn more about what is that European one price factory is. But overall is to like, for any product we have these kind of prices. So product have one price and their taxation price, and there's some discount price what we have applied as part of promotion. So these are the prices we are managing separately. So if you see here under prices section, so we can see here the price of just this is the price of just for this product. But when we add multiple prices like discount price, then separate role will get created. And in the similar way, like if we have some discount price, like if you buy something based on this threshold value, then another, qualify for qualify your product for this price. So that sort of price is managed by Azure in e-commerce system. So based on this, whatever the additional attribute, like based on the quantity, that order value, so that this price will recalculated. Yeah, so this tab will hold the price information about all the prices, either tax price or base price, and some discount price. And there is these all are the information of products. So I'm just explaining about tab to make the familiar how we can utilize or how we can see the product information. So here is the multimedia tab. This is also very different capability in the hybrid. So we have that capability, like, so in multimedia system we are storing that the media information of the product. So as part of media we have different images. So if you can see here in the media, we have a thumbnail media, and we have logo media, and then we have detail media, and we have gallery images. So this is also how Hybris holding up a media information. You can see here, if you wanted to update the logo, or logo will always be just a single attribute. So you can define your logo. So if you have more logos, then it's enable you to add more. So this is about detail, right? So once you will be in your detail page, so this image will, along with product information, this image will get reflected there. But add the thumbnail, we can see just down attribute is there to add the thumbnail. But there is a gallery image, right? So you actually, this gallery images is more useful, because gallery images holds actually with the couple of images. So you can see for product, for any product you have different images, right? So 5, 4 or 6 images are there with the different angles, and so how that images came from, so that images come from the through the gallery. So and even this is multimedia is also a separate capability in the e-commerce system to manage your media, right? So if you wanted to manage your resolution of your media, you can even manage. And within the image magic integration is already there to increase or to reduce your resolution of your media. So that capability is there in the so that we can update this sort of information very easily without any downtime or without any code change. And there is a variant tab also to hold the variant information of your base product. So right, so this product is B2B product, and there is a no any variant for this product. But if have that variant, then we can we can specify with the variant type, and whatever the list of variant which will map with this product we will can see here under product variant option or attribute. And if you right, so there is also extended attribute. So in extended attribute section, so let's say what we see so far, right? So these are the existing attribute. That means these are already defined by SAP Hybris. But let's say if you wanted to add more, or if you wanted to add some your custom attribute, then you may can include under extended attribute, and the same changes will get available here, so that you can start editing by extended attribute. So you can see some couple of existing as part of extended attribute are there, right? So their article number is a material number, and their identifier is a name, and catalog version, right? So for which catalog this product is exists, approval status, right? So you, I was just explaining about those workflow, right? So if you can just click on approval value, Karen, so you will find different values. So checked, approval, and unapproved. So these are the state of your product. So approved means this product is eligible to, to publish into your web shop. So that means this product will be visible in your web shop. And this, if this product is unapproved, that means somebody has to approve. And if product state approval state is checked, then some user has to update their status based on some review. And in the similar way, we have some more information, right? So year number and manufacturer, AID, and manufacturer, who is the manufacturer is. So that sort of information is as part of extended attribute. And if you have more, if you wanted to add, then you can include here under your extended attribute. And we have also a separate tab here, which through you can manage a rating and review process. So we have the separate tab also there under product. So Karen, can you highlight review tab? Yeah, so here through the stock you can update your inventory information. So right, so i- if you click on here, so how you can update your stock label. So there is a a label for this material. So your material is 693. So through this button you can update your stock. So you can see here, these are the stock through which you can update. So this is the separate, actually we can understand more how that stock level is. So you can see here some as part of basic. So this will actually stock is will point to your warehouse. So this item belong to which warehouse. So the same warehouse need to be synced with SAP, right? So the same information while doing the checkout of this product, we are passing this, so that SAP can make sure that this product is belong to which warehouse. Yeah, so this information you can update. And this is admin tab, is a super tab. So all the information what we just gone through that, the all the information is updatable, or you can modify by going directly to admin tab. So in admin tab, all the information what we see is available. So you can see what is the PK of this product, even this is the sort of meta information for this product, and what is the type system which this product or item belongs to. So you can see here a product is a one of the type in out of the box. So yeah, so this that time creation and what time somebody has modified, and that sort of information is available in our admin tab section. Okay, so these all about a product and how you can check your product via back office, and how you can modify your product information by back office. So yeah, this is the window, or this is the way how you can modify your product information. And this is the view of a back office view. But if you wanted to see the same product, then you can, we have that actually separate capability within the SAP Commerce. We are calling it as a product cockpit. So this is the separate cockpit. So you can see here, one is for admin cockpit, which is a default back office, and another one is a product cockpit, which is more specific. Yeah, you can just open in a back office mode, or product cockpit mode. Yeah, you can click there, it's easily switched, no problem. Okay, so this is same product, we can just understand here. Oh, so this is the product cockpit view. So this cockpit is view is only applicable to handle your product life cycle. So this is the view wizard. So you can see here, this is showing us another pie chart about coverage of what is that core attribute and what are the core coverage. So Yeah, so and another you can see a product approval. So these windows actually this approval, product approval diagram suggesting us like this is the giving us some report view of what how many products are in approved state and how many products are still need to be checked and get it approved. So this is the overall information, and you can see a total count like 2718 is a total. And if you want to add a new product, you can just add by clicking on add button, and you can define their status, check or approve directly. And under collaborative session, what we see as part of our workflow template, so you can see here on bottom, um, bottom section, we have a running workflow and my task. So there is no workflow which are running or which are active. So if any, then it will come under running workflow, how we see in our snapshot of those slide. And whatever the task we need to perform, either to check status task or review status task, so we can see here under my task tab. So this is the cockpit view. Okay, so these are the features. So this is the more descriptive view how we are handling our product. So you can see all the products are there, and even in this cockpit, through this cockpit, even if you can create a new product, or you can import the product via spreadsheet, or if you wanted to take the export, you can take. So icons and feature are available to do the export. And here is the catalog. So all the catalog and what are the core attributes and marketing attribute and categories, so all the information are available here. Okay, so the same information, right, what we see in the back office view, we can see here in a more battery screen or new cockpit. You can see all the properties, attribute, category, system, prices. You can see here. And their approval status. So all the information you will see. These are the whatever the catalog available. So we have default catalog, and then a classification of how that have been designed, and then our this application specific catalog. So because we have installed B2B accelerator, that means this is power tool product catalog is there, right? So yeah, so you can see here all the catalog along with the version, right? So we have that. Oh, so you know what that means. If you see that any version for any item type, if version exists, that means we are calling it that item type is a catalog aware. So what this means is, as we know that smart edit is a tool where you can add your new page, create your new page, or you can define a new page, or you can modify existing page, right? So that means business don't need any downtime to redeploy. On the fly you can just do your changes and you can just publish it, and same changes will get reflect into your web shop. So we have that create a page button is there. Through that we can define our new pages based on some content. So these are the capability to handle CMS related activities.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. How are payments typically handled in SAP Commerce Cloud? Option A. Payments are processed directly within SAP Commerce Cloud. Option B. Integrations with payment gateways like Adyen or Stripe. Option C. Manual processing of payments externally. Option D. Transfers to bank accounts only. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section.
most of the thing you already know, but I'm just trying to recollect. So this is the topic 3, which is more specific with the product cockpit. So this is also capability to only drive the product life cycle. So through this cockpit, there is no any relation with the user, there is no any relation with the order, and there is no any relation with the customer. So this cockpit is only applicable for to manage the product information. So let me just quickly over the agenda what we are gonna learn about this cockpit as part of product cockpit. So we will see, we will talk more about how you can approve the product, and after logged in this cockpit, there will be, right, we saw that welcome dashboard come in, and then after where you can update your product, and where you can see the approval option to approve the product. And then we will also in welcome dashboard itself will talk more about how you can filter out your product, what are the different criteria to filter out the product from the specific catalog. And other one we also will learn about that what is that a product or cockpit through with the help of back office or with the help of product cockpit. If I wanted to create a new product by this cockpit, then how can I create that? So we will also learn about this. And to so we saw that in our last session there is a separate tab to manage the media information for this specific product. So to add a new media on existing product, so we will also talk about this one to update the media information for the product. And also we will see how product category mapped with the product. So we will talk about this, how you can update your category for the specific product. And here it's also this is about to to assign the category for the product, but here we can also give a category for the specific product. So this is a many to many relation between product and category. So one category may have more than one product, and one product may have more than one category. And also we will see about that capability, how you can create as a part of bulk upload, to create a bunch of product in single shot. So how you can import those product via spreadsheet or via impact. So there is a separate option this cockpit already has. So through this cockpit you can just upload your spreadsheet, and if you wanted to just take the export with the existing product, you can do. So these are the option we will talk about more. And other is right, so we can also update the media information from the back office as well as from the cockpit, product cockpit. And there is also capability, even if we can update the media information through the excel file. So that is a spreadsheet where you have to pass the product details along with their media information, so that with a single chunk it will get updated through that bulk upload capability. And also we will talk about more about how you can approve as a for the bulk of the record. How workflow engine will work to approve the product. It's like bulk of product, how that as a business user can approve those product. So we will talk about that one too. And there is last one is about to how you can synchronize your product or catalog within SAP Commerce Cloud. So we will talk about this. So to do the synchronization part, there is a two way to synchronize the product. One way is through the cron job, and other way is to synchronize the product by cockpit. So manually you can synchronize your product, and other option is to just run your scheduler, that is a cron job. So based on that scheduler your synchronization will get picked up based on the timeline. Yeah, synchronize the product. That means this is we saw that synchronization means this is something to 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 make from a staging version to online version. So we are always apply the changes into the staging version, and once you will synchronize, then that means your product is eligible to visual into your website. Okay, so let me start with the topic. So uh, once you open your first product cockpit window from the back office, so you will we are calling that one as a welcome dashboard, where we are seeing that statics about what are the product are in approved state, what are the product are yet to review, that means in check state, and what is their performance like that. So that sort of count we are getting in our welcome dashboard, and there is a separate different filter criteria. Based on that, you can go with your, you can navigate your product through the catalog and their categories and all. So as so first is to, once you logged in with your cockpit, you will get the welcome dashboard, where you can see your basic statics about your complete product. And here this is more about how you can filter out your product for your specific catalog. So within the welcome dashboard, there is an option through you can filter out your product based on the filter criteria, and you have to just select your catalog, what catalog do you want to search or filter. Then you can search it easily from the product cockpit. And in the back office or product cockpit, there is also option if you wanted to create a new product within SAP Commerce, then there is a create button also. So you have to follow a sort of steps in order to create a new product or to define a new product. So you have to define, put some essential information, and then some optional information and some general information, and you need to define a category and there to define their catalog. So that sort of also feature there to create a product by back office or product cockpit. And we right, so to add the media information, you can update your product media, either product thumbnail or their logos or their gallery images. So there is a also separate feature, so either you can update through the back office or product cockpit, you can update your media. So within the SAP, to manage the media information, actually Hybris have out of the box capability to have that integration with the image magic, so that you can also update, or you can control the resolution of your media through that integration with the image magic, so that you can reduce or increase your resolution for your gallery images or some media information. And in the similar way, there is also you can through the product cockpit or through the back office, you can also assign a category to your product, or you can remove the product from the category. So you can very easily through the product cockpit, you can update the category information. Okay, so here also it's more also some about how you can, there is a relation actually with the product category to product, one to many, and man. So between product to category, so there is a many to many relation. So once you will go to the code, you will find that how that relation are defined within our item.xml file, who is managing that modeling information. So there is a mapping all already defined with the relation of many to many, so that you can update, assign the category for more than one product, and even again you can assign uh, a more than one product for a single category. So that how relation are built within the commerce. And yeah, this feature is also available. So let's say if you are creating or uploading a bulk of product through the product cockpit or the back office. So the product cockpit have that capability also to process. You can take export from the SAP Commerce, or if you wanted to import via spreadsheet or through the Impeg. So there is also option to to import your bulk of record via spreadsheet. So that feature is already enabled out of the box. So through the product cockpit you can import bulk of record in single shot. And yeah, so as soon as you upload your spread or bulk of product, so by default it will go with the check status. That means somebody has to review those uploaded product, and somebody has to approve those products. So after approve, so that how workflow the engine works. So first, once you upload your product, it will go with the check, go for the checks, and after the check, that workflow will perform with the different users. Right, somebody has to approve those product, and then somebody has to do the synchronization. So that sort of activity we need to perform if you are doing a bulk upload feature. Yeah, this one is about synchronization. So how you can synchronize. So to synchronize, so actually we have a catalog. So each catalog have two versions, right? So one version is stage, which is more specific to making the changes, and there is another version is online. So we are not directly making any kind of changes into online version. So online version is to just to publish the product into our web shop. So the same whatever the product are available into online catalog, same product will be visible into our web shop. So whatever the changes we need to apply, we are always doing the changes into our stage version. So but once you are doing any sort of changes into your version and make it to visible into your web shop, so that synchronization needed. So what synchronization does, so this is sort of functionality or feature as a catalog awareness. So when you do a modeling, or you are defining some custom sort of synchronization functionality, then you will know more what is that synchronization and what this means. But basically what synchronization does, it's create a copy from stage and publish into our online version. So there are two way to synchronize our product. One way is to just we can whatever the product we have made the changes, we can just change their status and we can synchronize it through the product cockpit, or we can do from the back office itself. And other way is to synchronize the product through the cron job. So the cron job is there to synchronize the product or category. So there is a scheduler already defined to run that cron job. So that based on that some time period, that cron job will get triggered to synchronize all the product which are in approved state. Yeah, so this is about product cockpit view, what are the capability and how you can apply the changes as part of product life cycle. So this is all about product cockpit view slides. And let me go to other one, which is more about assisted service module. Okay, so this is also uh, one of the topic of our product management. So uh, I don't know if you guys are aware about assisted service. So this is also a feature already enabled out of the box. This feature is available out of the box, but this is not enabled by default. So based on the business, actually we are enabling this feature, but functionalities are already there in our SAP Commerce. So assisted service module is something we are actually assigning a role or creating a user, so that business user, there are separate different users, right? One is like internal employee, which are part of the same business network, and other will be might different partners or different dealers. So based on that, we have this assisted service module capability, so that based on that roles, we are giving the access right for our customer and for our resource. So what kind of business user can do based on their roles. So we will learn about this capability, how that assisted service module are useful within the SAP Commerce. So we will see about more about how ASM, assisted service mod through the assisted service module, how we can create a new customer, and even assisted service module have that capability also to placing that order. So this is something about to manage or provide the service to the end user. So if somebody is like browse the product, and he if somehow he will not able to order that product, so what they can do, they can just call to the service center, or I mean, he can call some help desk with it nearby, and he can that assisted service will enable. So with the help of this service, that checkout process can be processed. So there are different roles who actually have to manage this feature. So we will learn more about this feature, and for your application, how you can enable this feature and how you can use. We will see. Yeah, so to enable this feature, there are couple of extensions which we need to enable uh, when we are building our application. So here for this site, that feature is already enabled. So to access this application as a ASM mode, assisted service module mode, what we can do, we can just pass this information as a query. That means we are making that, just passing that flag like ASM equal to true. So once you hit your site and you enable this flag ASM equal to true, your application will open into assisted module. So here to log in this assisted module, you need that some assisted service agent, right? So you have to go to the employee, and you can create some business user have that already exist. So you can log in with that as a business user, or your assisted service user as an agent. You can log in, put it the credential, and once you log in, you will know that what are the access right this user has. So based on that he can control the user, or he can access the application resources based on their roles. Yeah, so you can see here in a next slide. So here some user has already logged in as a customer service agent, and He has a, let's say, a role to create a new customer. That means even without knowing to any customer, we can this assisted agent have that capability to register or create a new customer within the SAP Commerce. And for this, so I mean, there is notification will trigger to inform that customer, and there is also a flow will come in. So if some agent are creating or registering a new customer, then in that case there is no any sort of approval needed. So agent have their right for him to just to create the new user. Yeah, so this is more examples for B2C application, that is electronic. So you you can logged in that application via ASM module. So you have to pass the flag ASM equal to true, and this your application will have open into as a assisted service. Yeah, this is the snap. So once you logged in your application as a assisted service, so complete dashboard actually will get changed. What you see, what end user logged in. So this for employee, this window will completely different, along with more access right. Yeah, so this is more about as assisted, I'm assisted user, and I'm just logged in myself, and if I wanted to process order for some requested end user, then I have to just just put their ID to fetch the details for that requested user, and wherever the item they are requesting for to order, then I have that eligibility, or that rules to submit the order for that requested user. So that sort of role that assisted through the assisted service module, this role was playing to just push to the customer or assist to the customer. This is more about, even these actually assisted service agent have that uh, capability or feature to view the customer at 360 degree view, right? So even this support agent can see their invoice information, and can see their subscription if he's dealing with some digital products, or he can process their order, and he can view their order details. So that complete 360-degree view can this assisted service agent can provide to that end user. You can see here, right? So this is the dashboard. So if somebody has logged in as assisted service agent, then what feature he can access, like he can access the particular user personal details, and he can see their demographic details, and even he can update their password info, and also that service agent can update their card information and their refund history and order information. As I said, like all the whatever the needed as part of shopping journey, that assisted support agent have that right to manage that customer. Yeah, so this is more about how we can add that coupon or redeem that coupon in terms of our promotional customers. So if we're promoting something, then support as a SM agent also that try to access their coupon information or discount or promotion information. Yeah, so this is actually dashboard 360-degree view, how you can view customer. So first you have to run the session for as a SA module, and then you have to search for customer which you wanted to see. So this is the basically dashboard how you can search if you are a ASM user, then how you can find that as a end user. So text which you can see here the search box. So you have to just assign give their ID, and our system will search those customers from the SAP Commerce database, and that will fetch the details, and the same details will be displayed into that customer 360-degree view dashboard. And this is also more when customer doing a checkout, and at the time of checkout he can perform some promotions, right, by adding some coupon, or defining some threshold. So based on that, as a ASM user can also place the order for the specific user. And this is also as we as ASM have that capability to maintain their information, so I can withdraw or revoke their consent on behalf of assisted service module. So I can just process the session for those user, and uh, I can do whatever requested for that user as a ASM agent. Yeah, so this is also a back office view. So you can see here how you can track the you can see the consent information within the back office, but even through the back office you can create your assisted user, and you can manage their roles from the back office. So if let me just go through that how you can see, if I can show you. Back office can open so that I can show you where you can see the assisted service agent within the back office. Okay, so I'm just logged in with the back office. So if you can see my screen, so here is the employee. So under this employee, we are creating a different roles. So you can see here, if I'm enabling my application as a assisted service module, then I have to create a different users based on their access roles. So based on that, whatever the business needs, right? So we have that some dealer account and some partner and some internal user. So how we are managing their access, right? So we have user group. So based on this user group, we are enabling their access, right? So So if I'm a assisted, assisted service agent, and I'm trying to log in the application, so what kind of information I can update for the end user? I can just view. I have the role or access right to just view their invoice information or to update their order details, or uh, can I submit a order for the end user? So that's so these user group actually giving us or provide the access right to to enable that feature to do for the end user. So within the employee, you can update, or you can assign the role for the specific user which you want. And here where you can define that role, so here we have that user group, separate user group entities there you can define a role of those user. So that sort of information we are capturing here. And so far all the user which are able to log in via as a assisted service, which will be the part of employee, and to manage their roles, we have that user group. So we need to define under user group entity. This is a welcome window for the product cockpit. So you can see here there is some report information, and here a bar which is showing us how many products are in approved state and how many products are need to be reviewed. And also we have workflow, right? So uh, through the workflow we can start the approval for rest of the product which are not approved. So this is more about you can play around that to making some do edit for some of the product and start this workflow engine to approve those product, and then you will find that it will automatically get synced once you execute this task. Initial data setup extension is there. So you can see last extension is YB2B accelerator storefront, right? So this is the extension where you will see all the CMS content. So maximize the you know uh, memory of Eclipse. There is a config file of Eclipse setup. So update your size buffer. Actually, we are doing a build from the C command prompt, so there is no build required from the Eclipse. So we have to disable this auto build option through the project. You can see menu bar option in Eclipse project. So through the project there is a automatic build or set it up. So you have to just uh, just uncheck that option to avoid the auto build. Otherwise, it will take unnecessary time. Menu bar you can see, yeah, there will be some auto build option, yeah. Yeah, here this is there will be some pages which is more related to front end stuff, but you need to check there is a impacts file actually. Okay, so I think you have imported the product. So now along with our functional stuff, what we will more go through the code base to understand the structure. So now at least as part you can just explore the application in your time and just try to explore that and note down your note down your findings so that we can discuss.
Hello everyone. I wanted to provide a brief overview of ZaranTech's new training program for SAP Commerce Cloud. This comprehensive course covers key concepts and tools you need to build scalable, customizable e-commerce experiences on SAP's leading digital commerce platform. Over the past year, SAP Commerce Cloud has seen rapid adoption among enterprises looking to enable omni-channel sales and modernize their online stores. This training will equip you with the skills to tap into this demand and advance your career. Many professionals have already benefited from ZaranTech's other SAP courses, and I'm confident our SAP Commerce Cloud training will similarly provide immense value whether you're looking to pivot careers or deliver more value in your current role. If you're interested to learn more, visit the link below for full course details. Investing in this training now can open up new career avenues or growth opportunities. So don't miss this chance and register today.